Make sure we're good on audio. And what is up, everybody? Welcome back to the Game Junction Podcast. We are here for episode 81. How's it going this week, Mark?
You know, it's going. Another Friday, so you can't complain too much.
Yeah, that's true. Except I got to work tomorrow, so my Friday is Sunday. But we got quite a bit of news this week, I guess, to do a little top off of what is going on. We've got one of the big things this week is the Delta emulator for iOS. iOS approved emulators being on their platform, which is absolutely shocking. We've also got Keanu Reeves confirmed to play the voice of Shadow. We've been kind of speculating on that for a while. And we've also got there is the new Invincible episodes, new episodes of X-Men 97. We've got quite a bit of stuff. There's an anime movie that was canceled. We've also got, we're talking a little bit about some of the Fallout stuff. Basically, the creator of Fallout gave his kind of opinion on the show. And, of course, we'll have my retro spotlight and Mark's anime adult corner, as he named it. But then we'll also be talking about the crazy Walmart sales this week. I'll be doing a little show and tell on what I picked up. We got news on some more server shutdowns. We got Xbox Game Pass Wave 2 confirmed. And, got all kinds of stuff. So we're going to go ahead and dive into it, I suppose. And I guess we'll start off talking about we'll talk about the Yars Rising first that was announced. Did you watch the trailer for this?
No, I didn't. Of all the trailers that I saw coming out, this was not one of them. What's it supposed to be about, or what they show on the gameplay?
So you don't see a lot of gameplay, but what's really interesting about this is it's way forward, but it's also Atari. So Yars is like an Atari 2600 classic series, right? Like one of the first. And this is a whole new modern day brand new take. This is the people that do River City Girls and Shantae and all of that stuff. So this has that anime aesthetic to it. Resembles nothing of like the original game, but has that like kind of Easter egg to it where like you have like the original sort of Yars character and like she's got a tattoo of like the original pixels that were Yars, and like it's super interesting. You don't see any gameplay, but it's just like a little sneak preview, and the fact that they've like teamed up with Way Forward of all people who do phenomenal games. I mean, River City Girls games are awesome. Shantae, I mean, like 10 out of 10 games. It looks promising. I've really can only think of one instance ever that I was kind of disappointed with a Way Forward game, but like they've taken weird properties like Batman the Brave and the Bold on the Wii. That's a game you would think is shovelware, and it is an absolute hidden gem. 10 out of 10 2D platformer, like just ridiculously good. So this looks really, really cool.
Not bad. I mean, there's not a lot here, but it kind of looks like that 2.5D platformer type game.
Yeah, which is
kind of what you get from some of the trailer footage. Even though it's like 40 seconds.
Yeah, there's not much there. Funny enough, though, in the trailer it shows that this will be coming to the Atari VCS as well. So if you actually own one of those, you'll get to play it there too. So I was pretty excited about that.
It's a little something for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I guess speaking of this, we might as well just go into the whole indie showcase for Nintendo. So I watched it. I did not get to watch it live because I was at school, but it was good. I feel like the general consensus is now that these indie showcases, if Hollow Knight Silk Song isn't there, it's a 1 out of 10. That seems to be what the internet thinks.
It's an indie. Like nobody's. These are not the games people are like wanting for. These are it's like supplemental games that you get throughout the year. But these aren't like the games that you actually want to spend your money on and play for like 80 hours.
Well, they want Hollow Knight Silk Song, and that's an indie game. That's all. I mean, I was like looking back at the live chat. whole thing like Hollow Knight Silk Song, where's Silk Song? Like, every single time there's any of these showcases, where's Silk Song?
Yeah, but that's like a hyper minority of gamers or within the community. Most people at large, it's an indie, especially me. I'm like, oh, I automatically just don't care because no game here is gonna be like a game that's gonna be on my radar, or any game that I want. It's gonna be like first party Nintendo games or something like that.
Yeah, I thought it was I thought it was like a 7 out of 10. So the first game we've got here is SteamWorld Heist 2, which I'm pretty excited about. I played the some of the other SteamWorld games. Yeah, I played the first one, but then there's like like SteamWorld's like this whole universe where there's a bunch of series and they're all different types of games. So this is a sequel to the first SteamWorld Heist, which is like kind of like a 2D platformer, kind of like puzzle-esque, like you had to do puzzles and stuff like that, and like it's very much a Metroidvania, in like the good kind of way. So I was excited to see this, for sure. Excited to see this. I think it's takes the cake as one of the coolest things in the showcase. But we also had Little Kitty Big City. So game looks weird. It looks very very Japanese esque, and yeah, I mean these cat games are pretty popular after that. What's the one called that?
Stray.
Yeah, Stray. This is really really interesting because like basically you are like a kind of a stray cat in the city, and like you're like climbing walls and talking to birds and all kinds of like sort of absurd stuff. Like I can see the market that this is kind of hitting. Straight
That niche, relaxing. There's
cozy is
almost no, yeah, almost no, if not completely non-existent story. So you have to really worry about that. It's just you play the game and you can kind of like shut your brain off and just kind of like relax.
Yeah, I feel like those games are like extremely popular now. Like those type that whole cozy gamer thing is like a whole thing now. It's like its own community.
Isn't that what like essentially all game is supposed to be? It's like I want, some kind of fantasy world away from reality.
Well,
as,
I don't know.
Gaming doesn't like that.
I don't feel very cozy when I'm playing Dark Souls. So
I don't play Dark Souls, but I'm sure there's people that do. I'm sure there's people that find it super relaxing to play.
I'm sure that there are. I'm sure.
Not me.
Definitely not me either. We also got Sticky Business, which is basically where you're like running a small business and you make stickers. Very niche game, of course. That not at all my type of game, but I could see like the sort of market this would hit. An interesting one was Anton Blast. So it's like a 2D platformer, but again, we talked about this recently, and you didn't know about the game that was developed by Game Freak, but it reminds me kind of like Drill Dozer. Like it gives me those kind of vibes, even though you're not necessarily using a drill. It just has that exact aesthetic, and you are kind of like drilling yourself through stuff, but it's just like the character basically. But it
I'm trying to drill the enemy as hard as I can.
Yeah, real hard. Sorry guys, I'm moving my mic around here trying to get adjusted. But yeah, so this one looks really really cool, and there's a demo out now for it. So unfortunately I didn't get to download the demo to talk more about it, but it looks cool. We've also got Valley. There's a lot of news this week, so bear with me guys. We're going to go through this indie showcase and we'll jump into some other stuff. We did not get our notes filled up this week, so we're gonna go with the flow here. We also got Valley Peaks, which is apparently a port to the Switch from PC, and I kind of don't really get a gist for the game with the trailer. I went through the trailer. I watched it twice. It seems like it's just like a puzzle game, like a horror puzzle game.
Going from the valley to the peak.
You're an idiot.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's like
climbing peaks and stuff like that. You live in a valley.
Yeah, sure. You got. Yeah, I mean, no, you're right. You're right. I, I was actually looking at the wrong game here. I was looking
Oh,
at
okay.
Lorelei and the Laser Eyes as the game I was looking at. That is
Completely different aesthetic.
very much different game. So that is a like a horror puzzle game. Um, it doesn't even label itself as horror, but it's got that like aesthetic to it. So I don't
Yeah, but
know.
it comes off as like it's a pure puzzle game.
Yeah, I get that. It definitely a puzzle game. Not probably not something I'd be interested in myself. One I'm really excited for though was super. I think this is probably the number 2 on my list of my favorite announcements was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate. Let me tell you,
Figured that.
we are getting a crazy amount of Turtles games. Like we talked last week about 2 of them that are coming out that you can pre-order now, and then you get an announcement for this third one. I'm like, what is going on? It looks really cool. It's a roguelike game, so very much reminds me of Hades, like to a T. Like this might as well be Hades with a TMNT skin, which is a great game. But still, literally to a T, combat everything reminds me exactly of Hades. So I don't know. Maybe it's
Yeah, I could
just
see it.
yeah. It just
Hades, but better, you know.
I don't know. Hades is pretty dang good. Yeah, so I mean it's a four player multiplayer game, and I do believe you can play online with people. And we're going to get into what was my third favorite announcement actually. It's Cat Quest 3. These games are really fun RPGs. Like I don't even know how to explain. It's that they sound like dumb games, but they're actually like legitimately very fun RPGs.
I mean, to be fair, for like a pirate-like game, it already looks better than Skull and Bones.
Sure does. You're right about
I
that.
guarantee you, it's 100 times funner than that game.
I'm sure. Yeah. But
Ubisoft just can't not stop making mistakes.
no, it's funny on the side of my screen here. It's got an ad for a pirate game called Sea of Conquest. But yeah, no. So this is like to explain like the sort of aesthetic of this is you've got like an overworld, but it's like an open overworld where you can actually I mean, like there's actual combat in the overworld, and then you can get into kind of like subsections and dungeons as well in the overworld. So they're just really fun, kind of chill RPGs. Like you know they're they're easy, but they're fun. I got both of them on the eShop for like super cheap, and they're just good games. They do have physicals now, but a lot of fun. We also got Stitch, which is I think literally a stitching game.
Yeah, it looked like you're just sewing stuff.
Yeah, it looks like
100% looked super boring to me. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, it came from Apple Arcade, so
Yeah, fair enough.
it's a mobile port. Not my type of game.
That's even worse. Or porting mobile games, which aren't real games, to the Switch.
I guess they gotta fill out the year, right? I don't know. Then we got a
It
game.
just kind of feels like shovelware at that point.
Kinda, yeah. We also got Schism, which is I don't know how to explain this game. It seems like you're like a shadow, and you have to like jump between shadows through the world. It's just like a really like unique sort of indie game. Looks like it was actually announced 2 years ago. But yeah, you're literally like traveling between shadows. I'm not sure what like the concept, like what the objective of the game is, or if there is any. But yeah, just another unique indie game. We also got a game called BZZT.
Buzz buzz.
Buzz
Sneaky little bee.
Sneaky little snack. It's kind of like this. I don't. How would you explain this? Kind of like a retro sort of platformer where you're looks like very fast paced, kind of crazy. Um, just like a action platformer. Basically.
Yeah.
We've also got Duck Detective, The Secret Salami. I don't know where they come up with these names.
Love me some salami.
I do too. Actually, just got something today. Funny. It says it's a mystery adventure game from Happy Broccoli Games. Um, it will be released for PC and Switch. Players control a cute hat-wearing duck who is investigating a sausage-based conspiracy. This charming adventure game will have players interview and inspect suspects to determine animals and determine who's behind the crime. So some sort of detective game. Now this actually might be the game I'm looking forward to the most. I don't know, but another Crab's Treasure. I've had my eyeball on this game for a while. It's a Souls-like game where you play as a crab under the sea. And I mean, I'm not good at Souls-like games, but we're going to talk about it later, but it's also coming to Xbox Game Pass this month, and I'm perfect chance to try the game out. It's just literally absurd. It's just a Souls-like game where you're a crab. So the crab's name is Krill. He embarks on an adventure to find treasure and use it to buy back his shell. So
yeah, your next step, if you really want to be live your dream as a crab person.
yeah, that is a subsection of people, I'm sure.
You know, the crab people are real. They're underground right now, specifically.
I believe it. So yeah, looks like that's all for the indie showcase. Yeah, I mean it was okay. Like we're at the end of the Switch life cycle, so like I didn't expect much, and this is the indie direct. You know, it's
not getting anything massive.
Yeah, we're not getting anything massive, but a couple of cool things there. I would say, I don't know, like a 7 out of 10 for me. Like nothing crazy. It kind of got
like a 3 out of 10. There's nothing there that I'm gonna play. I'm gonna be realistic.
There's 4 things there, all but 1 or all but 2, I guess. Kind of already knew about, so it was fine. It was all right. Nothing super exciting. Nothing crazy. What else have we got?
I don't know if there's something else you want to bring up.
We've got. Oh, okay. So
Mr. Copy was saying, 2 out of 10, which I would agree with.
2 out of 10. You guys are just rude. That's all.
You gotta be realistic.
I am being realistic. All right, maybe like a 6 out of 10. There's 4 games there I want to play, so I don't. For me, I don't know. It seems like a fair answer. 4 out of the 9 games. That's not bad. We've also got. So this one just came out like just right before we went live, but Little Big Planet 3 servers are getting shut down. Sony confirmed it today, which is kind of weird considering it's a PS4 game, so it's not that old. But it says will remain offline indefinitely following troubles with the service from earlier this year. The company updated fans on the bad news in an update on its website via delisted games, explaining that the temporary server shutdown in January will now be in effect for the foreseeable future. It's a decision that means millions of user-generated levels will no longer be accessible to new players. Sony cites ongoing technical issues as a reason for its choice to discontinue support. So that kind of sucks because now there's no Little Big Planet games online. They shut down the 1, 2, and 3 on the PS3 and in 2021. So I don't. It's only a PS4 game. It'd make more sense if it was a PS3 game to me, but
yeah, a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm sure people aren't very happy. I haven't got to see any. Like this literally just came out, but yeah, that kind of sucks. Especially games where like people invest like all this time into. That really sucks. Said over 10 million levels have been created on the game.
A lot of levels, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of crazy, but that sucks. So we have also got. I don't know, what's this one here that you put in here about Inko Beanie?
Yeah, which I saw. I think it's out. I think I saw some people playing in Kobini. It's a Kobini is essentially the Japanese word for a convenience store. So essentially, they say specifically a love letter to convenience Japanese convenience stores set in the 90s. But essentially, it's like a half relaxing, half narrative driven game that takes place as you're like a worker at a convenience store, where you do stuff where you go through, you stock shelves, but then there's story driven aspects of it, of interacting with different people and stuff like that. But essentially, it all takes place within a convenience store.
Hmm. Interesting.
It kind of, I feel like it goes one of those where you take that I don't know what you said, that relaxing atmosphere of some of those like animal games, like those cat games, but you throw like a little bit of narrative into it where you can kind of sit down. It's relaxing, but there's like a light story that you kind of follow the game through. Like it's not like super heavy on like your traditional like gameplay stuff, or your gameplay elements, I guess would be the right word for it.
That makes
Essentially
sense.
so you do stuff, you like you stock meals, you interact with people and stuff like that, and based off like certain decisions you make, you can change, essentially impact people's lives and stuff like that. But yeah, you essentially just play as a store clerk.
But is it 7-Eleven? Because
I mean,
I hear
it's based
the
off like any kind of convenience store, which I mean, it could be a Lawson's, Family Mart, 7-Eleven. It's like a mixture of all three.
I hear those 7-Elevens in Japan are bangers with their food,
I mean,
man.
literally every convenience store is banger compared to the gas station in the U.S.
What's wrong with the U.S. gas stations?
Literally everything. Like I've been into enough to know there's more dirty than clean ones, and there's always a bunch of sugary, fatty food in it. You know,
You don't like pee on the seat and stuff when you walk
absolutely
into one?
not. Well, I don't. I haven't been into a convenience store in Japan that actually had a public restroom. To be fair, but when you go in there, you're like, oh, you can get rice balls, or there's some sweet. There, I mean, there's obviously sweets, but it's not the. It's not anywhere near sweet with the U.S. But like, you can buy like chicken and like you could buy like a whole lunch, for under $10, and it's not going to be as greasy and sugary as anything you'd find here in the U.S. Like, oh, here's like these the whatever the food are called, the rollers. I'm blanking on what they're actually called, but like because I've had those before, and I'm like it's something to eat, but you feel disgusting afterwards.
Yeah, no,
I've been
I'm
into
with
some
you.
convenience stores where it's just like I'm not eating that food. There's probably worms in it. It's disgusting.
Why would there be worms in your what?
There's some nasty some gas stations here in the U.S.
Oh, Mr. Coffee's bringing up Buc-ee's. I went to Buc-ee's for the first time last year, and oh my god, that is a good place.
And
We don't.
I spent 2 years in Georgia. Never bothered to find a Buc-ee's to go to. I don't know if it's in Georgia, but that's like the portion of the South that I spent an extended period of time in.
We went to Buc-ee's, and I think it was Georgia. I want to say it was Georgia that we went to Buc-ee's. It was awesome. I was actually. That's a gas station. I mean, it was way, way, way more than just a gas station. But they have like a whole, like, they have a 24/7 bathroom cleaning crew. Like, you're hired to just clean the bathrooms. They're cleaning them 24/7. It's like their thing. But anyway, they've got like really, really, really good food. I was like shocked. I was like, we don't have anything like that in Circleville. I'm like,
I guess it makes sense because assuming Google's not wrong, and the closest to where I was a Buc-ee's up at it looks like it's in Fort Valley, Georgia, which is just south of Macomb, which is a decent drive away from Hinesville.
Yeah, and
if you wanna make it a little bit easier, just think of I was about 40 minutes away from Savannah.
So
I don't remember one ever actually being in there.
Mr. Coffee also brought up Sheets, so we've got a Sheets here now. I absolutely hate it. I don't like the food from Sheets. People rave about it, but I'm not a fan, at all.
Actually, what's funny enough is the I think I have to pull it up real quick. Like there's which you don't have there, Come and Goes, but Come and Go was recently bought out, and I can't remember the actual.
What do you do there?
It's just a gas station. It's just called Come and Go, which is funny. And it's not because it's, I guess, Come and Go Sinclair.
You gotta quit saying that.
I'm sorry. It's just a fact. It's literally what the business is called. Uh, oh, it's killing me. I gotta pull it up. Who bought? I go there all the time.
I bet you do. I can see that.
Maverick's the gas
Oh,
station. That's probably the biggest
Logan
one out there, and
Paul.
it just bought. No, Maverick. I think it's based out of Maverick's either based out of headquartered out of Wyoming or Utah. I can't remember.
Hmm.
But it's definitely big, out west.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of you know, last year I got to try a few different places that people like have been talking about a lot, like brought up Wawa too. I got to try that once and I like that as well. I got a chicken sandwich there that was really good. Um there's sheets all around me now. They've got them an hour away. There's a few around my school, like within 20-minute driving distance, and then one like 2 minutes down the road. Uh, I'm not a
Oh
fan,
yeah,
but Bucky's is awesome.
yeah. No, I was right. Maverick's based out of or it's headquartered at Salt Lake.
Huh?
It's like the nicest convenience store, at least out here, like out in the Mountain West that I've seen. Nothing else comes close to it. They're fairly big, and funny enough, I don't know if you have them in any of the ones that you've been to, like back in Ohio or something like that, back east. But they've introduced like a self checkout portion, so instead of just standing in line with like one or two cashiers there, because
For where?
get at a gas station, the convenience store gas station. They have like a self check. Obviously, it's credit
They
card
got
only,
them
but
at
you can go scan your
Sheets.
stuff, and it's like fairly quick.
Yeah,
But
they
I've
got
only
two of those at Sheets.
the only one that I've seen out here are in the Mavericks. No other gas station has the self checkout stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Come and go.
I don't
Yeah, Mr.
think that's
Coffee
a
brought it
real.
back up again.
I don't think it's a real
It is a real
place.
company, and then Maverick bought them out.
Who's like Logan Paul? Like be a Maverick?
No, not. It's completely different. I'm pretty sure this company's older than he is.
All right, all right. So what else do we got here? What do we got next? I'm trying to finish out a few things here.
This is kind of like a small thing, but it was announced that Jack Black is essentially all but confirmed that he's going to be Steve in the Minecraft movie. Uh, Based off like a post he made on Instagram, essentially. But I don't know. I don't know
Uh,
if we know any more than the fact that uh, I don't know if we know anything about this game or it's just hey, it's in the works. I don't know if they said it's going to be animated, which I kind of assume it would be, as well as I don't know what kind of direction they're going to go with the story.
it's
There's
how do you make a
not a
live
decent story in the
action?
game.
Yeah, there's no story. That well,
Well,
see,
you
it's
have
like
to.
Jumanji, right? Like that whole. Like, how do you make more
Yeah.
of those? Like, that didn't make any sense to me either. And he was also in those. So I don't. I don't know. Hold on. I don't. I don't know.
So
This
I
seems
mean,
ridiculous
the
to
only thing I
me.
could think of is, I mean, it's possible because you've got the 2 seasons of the when Telltale's made the Minecraft story mode, but they
And
essentially had to
dungeons. And they've got.
make they had to make their own. Oh, it's kind of crap. I thought it's not even a good game.
Is the
But
story mode good?
I think some people like the first season a little bit, but it kind of does its own
I don't
thing.
like those
Like
games.
it's not tied into anything other than the game, other than it's in the universe. But it had to do its own thing. I think some people liked it, some people hated it. I was like, it's okay.
I'm not a fan. I told you I liked two of their games. The first Tales of Borderlands, and then I like that Wolf Among Us, I think it's called. Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Wolf Among
is
Us?
it? Yeah, I think it's called or something like that. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great. It's good. Like if you were a fan of Minecraft, you could play it and it's okay. But it has to take a bunch of liberties because
There's no story.
there essentially is no story. It's an open sandbox game. Like they hint that there is somewhat of a story and like the end credits after you defeat the Ender Dragon, but essentially there's no story in that game. It's just you pop in, you do whatever you want, essentially.
Yeah, no thanks. I legitimately, I'm sorry. I just have zero interest in that movie. Like I think it's
I'll say this:
stupid.
if they
But
don't if
but
they don't
but
bring in Hero Brian, it's a lost opportunity, and it's gonna be a terrible movie. I'm sorry, even if it's just a cameo. They have to reference some kind of pop culture history around that game.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. Here's the thing. I'll watch it for the podcast, and maybe we can do a video on it too. I don't know, but I kind of wanted to do something on Fallout, but like I've watched 4 episodes. I still don't know if you've watched any.
I got around to it.
Yeah, see, so you can't really talk about it.
Then
but
again, I'm kind of weird on that because even before it came out, I'm like, this could be good, this could be bad, but
you gotta watch and find out.
On principle, like I don't want to watch them because by default, I'm like, all this is gonna do is be like, yeah, it's good, but the game's always gonna be better, and I'd rather go back and play the game. And
It's always there.
I don't like the adaptations. Like I don't think it's necessary. I think it's just you're trying to appeal to
Well,
a
then
broader audience
let's
that's
stop
not gonna come
making
to the games.
let's stop making anime based on manga and light novels then, because that's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yes and no.
It's the exact same thing. It's an adaptation. I mean, you can make that argument with anything. I think that's silly.
No, but there's a difference between adapting a book or a manga or a comic book or a novel into a movie, because those two mediums at least have some overlap compared to the medium of video games, multimedia, where it's the only medium out there that deals with you, the player, has actual impact on the game. You can affect the world and have consequence with a lot of these games. Especially when you go to a game like an Elder Scrolls game or like a Fallout game, where you can directly, based off your choices, impact the outcome of like the world and stuff like that. It's different when it's a medium based off of it tells a story where you as the audience member, as the player, are directly involved in that storytelling.
Yeah.
Compared to a medium where you're just reading it or you're just watching it. I think there's a difference when it comes to those mediums and how they're adapted and stuff like that, if that makes any sense to you.
I mean, it does, but it's the same thing of like saying comic books shouldn't be adapted to movies, and to me it feels like the same thing, like that you shouldn't adapt anything.
Video
that
games,
books,
there's no medium unique like video games. Like a manga or a comic book, you're just reading the story. Like you're not, invested in the story because you're that character, or you're affecting the outcome of the world that you're playing in. It's a very unique way to tell a story compared to I'm writing down the book, you're just gonna read it. The point A, B, and C has already been determined. You're just following along with the story.
Yeah, I guess I get what you're saying. To me, it's just like I don't think
anime's got a better track record of properly adapting its medium to follow its source material compared to comic books, which has massive history.
Look at Yu-Gi-Oh!
Adaptations.
Does it?
I'm like, yeah, you can find exceptions to every rule here and there, but like as a rule, like how many Marvel or DC movies absolutely butchered its source material consistently?
I mean,
you look at everything from the 80s into the 80s and 90s specifically, terrible.
Well, here's the thing. Movies. So Fallout is kind of the same thing, because the deal with Fallout is like you kind of make your own story. Like there isn't really like a big deep story to Fallout at all.
Maybe not Fallout 4 specifically,
or 3, or 2.
Interaction that you get to choose the outcome. Obviously, there can only be so many outcomes to the story, but there's between the main quest, your side quests, and your random quests that kind of pop up.
You kind of like make your own.
You can interact.
Yeah, you kind of like do your own thing, right? So it's
just a greater concept of the story that they're telling, but it's different when you're adapting that because. If you adapt something else, it's different compared to a book, which its story's already there laid out. You just have to transfer it from one medium to the other.
Well, okay. So are you not watching the Fallout TV show at all then, or?
I have no idea at this point. I mean, I already don't have that much time to begin with, so if I get around to watching, I'll get around to watching.
I gotta catch up on
priority.
I gotta catch up on X-Men. I haven't finished Fallout. There's a lot, but.
See, that's the other issue. There's just too much to watch sometimes.
I mean, it's a good problem to have because at one point in time we weren't getting any like video game stuff at all, or if we did, it wasn't good. So people are absolutely, and I will say, like, I watched the first 4 episodes and they're great. I mean, I was shocked because before we talked about them, like this looks like crap. Like I thought we said that about a few things, Helldivers, like there's stuff that we've talked about where we're like, yeah, this looks like it's going to be garbage, or like nobody's going to care about this, and been wrong, and that's good. Like I want to be wrong. I want things to be good.
As well as with that, because I can't remember exactly who I remember watching it. It may have been Asmongold, and I kind of agreed with what he brought up. Is some of these, whether it's an adaptation like the Fallout TV series, or it's just a movie in general, sometimes it's not they're most of them probably aren't absolutely terrible. They're okay to good or somewhere in the medium, but based off of the marketing or what directors or actors say about the project immediately can sway a person's opinion on whether they're going to even bother to watch it, or by default they're like, I don't like what you said something stupid, therefore if I do watch it I'm going to immediately look for stuff to not like and then immediately kind of trash on it. So it's a lot of this stuff, it's like not necessarily that there's like, I guess the buzzword is woke all over the place in a lot of movies and TV shows, but some of these people come out and they say stuff that they don't necessarily say, like they're intentionally tanking, a big portion of the audience's reception of it, compared to if you just didn't say anything at all and the people just went into it blind and essentially were able to make their own opinion on the movie outside of what you said about the project. And now either I'm opinionated before I go in, that's assuming I even now decide to watch it.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I get it. I totally get it. All right, so I guess we'll go ahead and dive into, we got the Xbox Game Pass April Wave 2 games, basically. And there's some cool stuff here because we brought up one of the games already. One of them I know that you'd be like super interested in. But basically we've got Orcs Must Die. This game got a 7 out of 10 on IGN. It looks like a pretty decent game, pretty fun. It's like the Game Pass type of game to me, like that, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 range game, whereas like, I could try it on Game Pass. We also got NHL 24, which I don't care about sports games. If I were to care about any, it would be hockey. So like for me, this is perfect. I'll jump in and try it out. I would never buy this because I just don't care.
Yeah. You gotta get it before the Arizona Coyotes move to Salt Lake next year.
True. The one I thought you would be interested in, which I've already got it pre-installed actually, is Yuden Chronicles 100 Heroes. So this is like a pretty long-running series, anime-based series, and it's got some actual, there like some tie-in animes to this series, but it's really cool. It's kind of like a unique sort of JRPG. It's like your classic style JRPG, but from the games that I played, they have like really good stories. They're from 505 Games, so like usually you don't go wrong there. They usually put out some pretty good stuff. It's got that 2.5D aesthetic to it. Yeah. So this is one I'm pretty excited about. It looks really good, and I think I played 2 of the other games, and I've really liked them. Haven't played the whole series, but
I did want to say that, because you brought up that game, and there was an article put out earlier today about the studio, because apparently earlier, I think it was on Thursday during a Reddit AMA by the developer Rabbit Bear Studios, they said they were going to move forward with a sequel in light of the game scenario writer and designer Yoshitaka Murayama, who died back in February.
Oh, wow.
Which is pretty unfortunate, especially like right before this game is about to come out on, April 23rd next month.
Yeah, it's just around the corner, so
it's definitely unfortunate.
It really is. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. The game looks really good though. It to me like stood out as a game that you might like. I know you aren't as much into the turn-based, but we talked about it a little bit. It's kind of hit or miss for you, but for me, when I played it, like it's doesn't feel like a traditional like turn-based JRPG, and it really stands out. It's got that really beautiful art aesthetic, and I think it looks really good. I've enjoyed the other games. So
And it definitely looks like another game that had just come out, or there's 2 games out. And I can't. I'm blanking on the name.
Octopath.
Yeah, it had looked a lot like Octopath Traveler, like the exact same art style.
Yeah, I would say not as pretty as those games, but it doesn't mean it's like not
Yeah.
a good game or even better game.
Like the art style is kind of like inspired by it at the very least.
Yeah, it's definitely going for that, which I like that art style. I think it's beautiful. One of the games we just talked about in the Indie World Showcase, this comes out April 26th, so 7 days is another Crab's Treasure. So like I'm not alone in like being really excited for this game because it looks like silly and it has that Souls like gameplay on this sort of art style. It seems like it wouldn't work, but I watched or listened to at work today a podcast, and the guy got a code for the game. He was talking about it, said it's phenomenal. So he said he's put like 60 hours into the game. So I'm really looking forward to it. Looks like it's going to be a blast. We've also got Manor Lords, which is like I don't really know what type. It got an 8 out of 10 from IGN, but apparently it's a roguelike game with tough boss fights. It's got like a kind of medieval aesthetic to it.
I mean, it straight up looks like a medieval like era game based off the combat and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know that this is something I'd want to play, but it got an 8 out of 10. It looks like it could be fun. That's what I like about Game Pass.
Game.
That's what I like about Game Pass is like if this is a game I like normally wouldn't buy or pick up, like perfect. Like these are the type of games that I want to bring on here that I probably wouldn't pick up normally. So,
or at the very least, well, I'm already paying for Game Pass. I'll get the game, give it a try, see if I actually like it.
Yeah, and then if I like it, I'd probably buy it. Like it's usually how it goes for me. So, it depends on how much I like it. But we've also got a game called Have a Nice Death. I don't know what type of game this really is. It looks like a pretty unique, like sort of indie game. I guess it's like it looks like it might be like a Metroidvania. A
Metroidvania platformer type game is kind of.
It looks fun. Like it looks fun. It very much looks like a Metroidvania. It looks like fun. We also got. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just want to say real quick because you brought that up, and then I don't think we. No, yeah, it's got a release date sometime this year. We got a preview earlier this week about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Yes.
Got a showcase earlier this week.
Yep.
Just because we were already talking about that medieval era game, and it kind of brought that up to me. Did you get a chance to watch that at all? Or
I did, yeah. So, yeah, that was one of the things I was going to talk about. So we talked about that last week where it kind of leaked out and they were having the event. So,
but now it's official.
Yeah, so now it's official. I don't know if I kind of feel like I don't care that much just because like I feel like I don't know, maybe this could change how I felt about the first game. Like the game itself was good, but it was that combat that I just could not handle. Like it was too realistic.
Yeah, I guess that's gonna be for me. Like, is the combat a little bit? Can I have the option to not have a realistic combat? Because I like the story.
Yeah.
I want to go back and finish it, but the combat was just too tedious for me to really get in and enjoy.
Yeah. I mean that's how I felt. The combat was just I couldn't handle the combat. But
I mean, there's people that absolutely loved it. So like, if that's what they want, they're obviously the core audience. I'm not the core audience for this game right now because I didn't care for the combat in the first game.
Yeah.
But I mean, hopefully the game does well. I might give it a shot, but or maybe I'll go back and play the first game again and see if I can't, just I don't know, bludgeon's the wrong word, but kind of like just get through, the game with the combat just to kind of go through the story.
Yeah, I mean, like I'll definitely give it a shot. My hope is that this comes to Game Pass. That's my hope, but
in like 2 years.
Yeah, it might not because I mean it is coming to PS5 and PC and stuff, but that doesn't mean it isn't as well. So
and I guess I'll say this: it's like, it's about time we see a game that's only on current gen consoles. It's not like dual releasing on like the Xbox One.
Thank
and the PS4.
God. Yeah, I know. Thank God we're finally seeing that. Finally,
4 years in, we're finally about to turn that corner.
Yeah, because I mean the problem people don't understand that like yes they're hitting that massive install base that's already there. But the problem with that is that those games are being developed for the PS4 and Xbox One, and they're just being upscaled for the modern. So you're not really taking advantage of it like
On
you could.
on top of there's no incentive with that to then force to upgrade to these next gen consoles. That's the other issue is when you support these last gen consoles for so long. Like I get it with like a Madden or a FIFA, but some of these games, like it would I don't get why both Microsoft and Sony don't force these developers like you're releasing this on this current gen console because we want to transition. We want people to buy this new console.
Yeah. Yeah. Um I'll definitely give it the game a go, I think. I'm not gonna buy it at full price. I might, if there's a sale or something, or if it ends up coming to Game Pass or something like that. I'm not like super hyped for it or anything, but I'm excited for people that love that first game because it's a good game with a good story. It's just that combat for me personally, it was just like too realistic. And
there's always a chance because I got through the tutorial and then for like the first thing, like the first castle you get through after like the introduction story, and there's always the chance that maybe I just didn't give it enough time. Maybe if I played it more, the combat would have eventually been a little bit easier and kind of come along a little bit more.
yeah, I think I put maybe like 4 hours into it. I felt like that was enough to determine for me that the combat just wasn't for me, but especially not even be able to get around to the games I want to play. It was just too much now, but yeah, so that's exciting. The games leaving Game Pass on the 30th are 7 Days to Die, Besiege, NHL 22. That's kind of funny. 22 is. I wonder if 23 is on there. Also, Loot River, Piku Niku, and Ravenlock. So those are the games leaving Game Pass. What else have we got?
I know you said you've watched it a little bit, and we kind of glossed over a little bit, but Fallout, the Fallout already got a season 2, kind of already greenlit at this point.
Yeah,
For those that have watched it and definitely enjoy it, that's always a good sign. Especially this early on, like they just came out in the weekly. They're like, oh yeah, we're already going to greenlight a season 2.
yeah, I feel like they were like, we don't know if this is going to do well, and like I felt the same way as like a fan just watch on the sidelines. Like I don't think this is going to do good.
You don't have a good track record. You've got like a handful of gems and a sea of turds.
I don't watch anything on Amazon Prime. Nothing. So
to be fair, like the last adaptation that I watched that I didn't hate, and I know we've talked about it before, was Edge Runners, but it also wasn't developed by Hollywood. It was developed by an anime studio.
That's hilarious. That podcast I was listening to today, they were talking about this and brought up Edge Runners and Twisted Metal. Edge Runners was really good, man. Really good.
I don't know. People talk about The Last of Us, and like HBO is okay. I had other issues with The Last of Us, the games itself, which is why I didn't watch it. But I know some people that watched Arcane really liked it. I watched a few episodes. I didn't really care for it, but I know people that watched it liked it. So there's like a handful of as far as the general consensus was they're good adaptations, but then you've got a bunch of other ones. Like the last 2 adaptations that Amazon did were the Wheel of Time, and then the Lord of the Rings one.
Oh, that was horrible.
Wheel of Time was universally hated, and obviously the Lord of the Rings is extremely split down the middle. People that liked it or absolutely hated it.
I don't know anything about League of Legends, so I didn't watch Arcane, but I watch Edge Runners, and I loved it.
There's no story to it. It's a Dota game.
See, it's another one of those where like you can kind of do whatever you want with it because there is no story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
that could be good or bad.
Yeah, but when you play the game, it's a purely, was it like a 4v4, 5v5 PvP game?
I have no idea.
It's kind of like Overwatch. Yeah, there's a lore. Nobody really cares, and it has no impact on the actual game itself because it's just a purely multiplayer game.
Yeah, that's fair. Looks like we've also got Final Fantasy director Naoki Yoshida says it's about time to make another Final Fantasy Tactics game, and I would have to agree. It's been a while. Yoshi P. It's been at least 10 years, at least. I don't know exactly, but War of the Alliance was, yeah, 2015, so almost 10 years since the last one. Uh, yeah, I mean, this is Final Fantasy Tactics is so good. I'm not even like really into strategy RPGs at all, but it, the series is just so good, like better than it should be. But apparently, he said in an interview, discussed how the Final Fantasy 16 team was inspired by Tactics and 12. We have a lot of our staff who worked on previous games. The Final Fantasy Tactics or 12, so you're going to have a lot of that tactics feel because a lot of the same people are on the team. He hinted that a tactics game might be on the horizon. We love it. It's probably about that time we do a new one. I would have to agree. So it's been a
Just make
while.
sure make sure you make it pick a pixel game, and it's only going to be on the Switch.
Switch 2 will be out by the time that comes
Assuming it's a
around.
Switch 2 or it's psych, it's the Wii 3.
The Wii 3. Hey, I'm on board. Let's do the Wii 3. I'll do it.
So
We got some controversial stuff here with Sweet Baby Inc. Apparently, the style consultancy firm Gamer X, that is GAYMERX, consulted with Niantic before radical gender and avatar changes made in Pokemon Go. Do you have any insight on this? Because I don't know anything about
I
it.
think this happened just this past week, but the big thing is, and it's essentially some of the stuff which people dug into, but they essentially said, "Hey, we're making some changes to the avatars," and a lot of people are kind of upset on essentially on the avatar change on that game because it went from essentially, and it really affected from what I've seen more of the female avatar from the male avatar, but they essentially made them more androgynous looking. And a lot of people that play the game, and it's got a very dedicated community to it, especially for being like a mobile game. Like everybody was like, what are you doing? Like, essentially, there was no need to make this change at all.
So basically, they made
Everybody's coming out not liking
male and females look the opposite. Is that? I mean, how did?
it. Kind of made them look a lot more similar.
But did they change
Essentially,
like the
the big thing
options you
was-
had before? Like now you're
I
left
haven't
with.
made a I haven't made a character in like 8 years on this game, but essentially what I've seen is they've made like the old male and female character body types look distinctly male and female, and a lot of people are complaining mainly on the female because that's where obviously the biggest changes have been. But the whole the face doesn't face isn't as curvy, I think, or it looks a little bit more flat, or essentially the concept, it's a bigger jawline type thing, and there's less curvy on the body. There's less for a Nintendo game on a phone and stuff like that. It's there's less, it's more flatter, no butt type thing, and just made the male and female more or less just look almost identical.
Why can't people just leave things alone?
No, but like then the other issue with this is because obviously if you've been following a lot of this,
Like, what purpose does this
Gamergate-
serve?
I guess that's what I was trying to get to a little bit. But I mean, if you follow Grums on X, is one of the big ones. Especially if you follow the whole Gamergate 2.
I've been trying.
BS. But they made these changes, and then people were like, "Well, why'd you make them?" And then people start digging into it, and they're like, "Oh, this consulting company, Gamer X," and they start digging into it more, and it's just kind of like, "Why are you getting consulting companies to make changes that don't need to be made and stuff like that?" And then everybody else digs into it. They see some stuff like, "Oh, it's a consulting company that's very similar to Sweet Baby Inc." And then it blows up, especially on X and on YouTube and stuff like that, of the whole ideological agendas and stuff like that. And they're essentially, people are putting like two and two together and stuff like that, and be like, all right, this is what you're doing. And it goes deeper down the rabbit hole if you want to get down to the whole
Get into the rabbit
ideology, politics and stuff like that.
I just to me, like, I don't understand. What was the point?
But there's a bigger complaint, especially with AAA games that get into the whole DEI stuff, where it's like, we got to make everybody look the same. We can't have attractive looking characters, or you have attractive male looking characters and the media loves it. But if you have an attractive female, a character, especially like Stellar Blade, and that's bad.
Yeah, I don't get it. That
It's like, oh, we
personally
can't we
just
can't appeal to the male gamer, but to everybody else, to the female gamer, it's fine. And I've seen some other stuff there where it's like, well, technically half of female gamers are technically female. So if you only market to attractive to the male market for the attractive females, which is wrong because there's a lot of women that, you know, look at Stellar Blade like, yeah, I want to play this game. It looks really good on top of everything else. It's a lot of misleading. Plus, I can't speak. The statistic that half of gamers are male and half are female is true if you account for mobile gaming. If you take away from mobile gaming, the market's still heavily dominated by male gamers. It's not even close. But it doesn't mean it's just it's a bigger issue, and there's definitely other channels, especially on YouTube, that could do a lot of this stuff a lot more justice than I could.
I guess
It's
it would only really be a problem to me if they went and took away the options you had before and replaced it. Like
that's what they did, especially in Pokemon Go. They completely changed,
yeah, they don't look like anime characters anymore. Like they don't look like they fit in the Pokemon universe. It's like what? Why?
That's not clearly what they want and stuff like that.
I don't get it. That's so stupid.
It's hard to really talk about this without really going down the culture war rabbit hole and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, like, I'll be honest with you. I'm pretty at the point where, I just kind of open and say my thoughts, especially on Twitter. Like, if I think something's stupid, I want to say it's stupid. And I think this is stupid.
A lot of people are, and they're kind of essentially saying, most people that came out in mass were saying, why'd you make these changes? This is pointless. Revert the change. I guess the only other way at this point, like if you really want to protest and they're not going to make a change without outcry, like anything else, like if you don't like it, stop giving them money. Like everything else, like if they're doing stuff you don't want, the only way you're going to get change is to hit people financially.
Well, good thing I don't play Pokemon Go. I don't play Pokemon Go anymore, so I think it's stupid though for people that play. Like that's dumb to me. I don't get it.
Well, that's what most people saw. They're literally come out and be like, "Why'd you even make this change? This is stupid. This is pointless. Like, why did you make the change?"
Like, what? Why are you investing money and making something worse? Yeah,
exactly. Like, nobody asked for this. Nobody wanted this. There's other changes that people want in the game that has to deal with spawn rates and stuff like that, and Pokemon stops and some other actual gameplay stuff people kind of complained about, but. It's just kind of like a why. And then they dig in like, well, why do you need this consulting company on a mobile game that you just catch Pokemon? And people start asking questions, they dig in. And regardless of whether or not it's for sure I find a fact of what you actually said, it's like, well, I can put two and two together and pretty much assume why you made these changes type thing. It's just because, you want everybody to look the same. Need that true equity where we all look exactly the same and we're treated the same way type thing.
That's crazy.
It's a shit show, but it's like an offshoot of everything else that's been going on for the better part of a decade at this point right now. Essentially going all the way back to the first Gamergate to what is now dubbed Gamergate 2 and everything else going on with it.
Yeah, it's what a mess. What a mess. It's just unnecessary, but whatever. I guess I don't know. I don't quite get it, but
I mean, at this point, like if you want to see change, you can complain as much as you want, but you're not going to see change in a lot of these games that you want unless you en masse stop giving them your money. It's the only way to get any kind of change done.
Yeah, people that play Pokemon Go aren't going to stop giving their money.
Yeah,
I know that.
I mean, it's just that's a bigger issue that we deal with the culture, and then obviously it leaks into politics and everything else. It's just one large mess. It just does something that was that especially blew up, and then I didn't have it pulled up, but the whole concept goes into what happened a few days ago with the whole Warhammer 40K and how that community kind of blew up with some changes they were making, and the assumption is they're making changes based off of Amazon Prime's 40K series that they're trying to develop right now, essentially, because I think the big thing that was made was. I can't remember the exact faction it was, but there was some male-only faction that had kind of been established in the lore. I don't have it immediately pulled up, but essentially it went from the lore for years has said, this is a male only faction and stuff like that, and they're like, oh no, they think they came out and like a tweet says, no, women have always been in this thing, and they just kind of brushed it aside. And I saw a lot of people complain. So this is there are two complaints on that. One, they've made lore changes before, and they kind of like, hey, we're making this change. This is why we're making it. They didn't do it for this. They were just kind of like, better let just gaslighting a lot of people, saying you've just always been wrong. And it's kind of how they did it, because the Warhammer essentially, I'm blanking on the name of the faction, but then there's two like female factions. It's two sisters of other factions. Kill me, I don't have it pulled up. I can't remember exactly, because I'm not heavy into Warhammer. It's really interesting lore, but obviously it's tabletop RPG. It's just not the type of game that I get into.
That's where I'm at. I like the lore, but
it's kind of like, this was an unnecessary change. There's male only factions and there's female only factions when it comes to humanity in this lore, and it's just kind of like, this was an unneeded change. But some people dug into it. It's like, they probably make this change in the lore because Amazon wants to cast people a certain way, and the whole concept of male or female only spaces has kind of been disappearing for years now. So it's kind of like no, we all have to do the exact same thing, we can do anything type thing, and it's just caused a whole blow up in that community that seemed wholeheartedly unnecessary.
It sure sounds like it. I don't quite get it, but
Mr. Copy was saying 40K has a deep and weird lore. It does, but I don't know, it just seems, it's the Custodians. I couldn't think of the actual name because I had an article pulled up a while ago. I deleted it and I couldn't find it immediately. But I'm not in that community. It's just kind of like I'm in the periphery, but I saw it and I'm just like, oh, well, here's another crap show popping off, and that's just going to cause issues and stuff like that. Another beloved community that's being attacked and stuff's being changed for no reason.
Yeah, it seems silly to me. Absolutely silly. I guess we'll hit one more news thing, and then I think I want to break it up with your anime corner, and then we'll dive back into more news. We kind of don't have our notes sort of situated.
Something a little bit more lighthearted at this point.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and cover this, and then we'll do your anime corner, and then hit back around the news, because we kind of don't have them separated for what's big news, because we know what like one of the biggest things this week is, but we'll sort of separate it. But this one I want to say is unfortunate, but it's not. He's doing what he wants to do, and that makes me happy. But we got a statement today from Norm, the gaming historian. Most people know him, longtime YouTuber. He makes probably the most quality video game history discussion videos that you can find. Been around for a long time. But he put out a statement today. He said, "Hello, everyone. For the past 2 weeks, I've been on break, unwinding from finishing my latest documentary on Oregon Trail. I have to admit, it has been nice. I played video games for fun, not research. I worked on some tasks around the house. My air conditioner needed a cleaning real bad. I've gone on long walks with my wife, Kristen, and I picked up woodworking projects I had abandoned a few months ago. During this time, I've also been reflecting on my life and thinking about the future of Gaming Historian. While I still enjoy making the show, it consumes most of my life. Whenever I finish up a big project, the immediate thought in my head is, okay, next video. I'd like to get back to that feeling of wanting to make a video rather than having to make a video. There are also other things I'd like to pursue and accomplish, and I don't feel that it is possible while making a YouTube show full-time. So I've made the tough decision to permanently take a step back from Gaming Historian. There's nothing sinister behind my decision. I just felt like it was the right time. Because I will no longer be producing the show full-time, I will be shutting down my Patreon effective May 1st. I first launched Patreon back in 2015 when I made Gaming Historian my full-time job. It was a huge help toward not only financial security, but elevating the production level of my content. But since YouTube will no longer be my full-time career, I'm not comfortable collecting donations anymore. If you'd like to continue to support the show, the best way you can do it is simply watch videos on YouTube. I also plan to stream on Twitch from time to time, so I hope you'll pop in and say hello. And then his Twitch is twitch.tv/gaminghistorian. So what I will do with my new free time, I'm going to keep improving my woodworking. I'm planning on visiting my family more often. I'd like to finish my master's degree. I'm also co hosting a history comedy podcast with Kristen, something we have wanted to do for a long time, titled An Old Timey Podcast, coming soon. I do want to make one thing clear: gaming historian is not going away. It will simply go back to being what it was when I first started the show 16 years ago. A hobby that I work on in my spare time. As always, thank you for watching, Norm. So, good for him. Doing whatever he wants to do. His videos, like I said, are the most high quality, polished videos that you can watch on video games on YouTube. And the amount of time, just what I do, the amount of time that he puts in those videos just has to be unreal. So, more power to him. I mean, he's been doing it full time since 2015. That's a long time, and he wants to do other things. So, the channel's not going away. It just sounds like he's going to be taking a large step back, and yeah, whatever makes him happy. So that was been kind of taking over Twitter today, but sounds like he wants to do a podcast. That sounds cool. I like history, so I'd probably check it out.
I mean, it makes sense. You do, if anything else, you do something for so long, eventually either you need or you just want to do something different, like take a change, or like what I'm doing is great, but I want to do something else, or this is just too intensive for what I'm doing, and it's you start to get burnt out.
Well, there's
at a regular job you get that.
Yeah, there's a lot of YouTubers that are like going the podcasting route. Like I get it. Like I think podcasting is fun. I think it's fun. I like to listen. Yeah.
It's not as intensive, especially for some people, and I don't know, there's something about podcasts that have just been getting more and more popular lately.
Yeah, there's a lot of YouTubers who are now putting a lot of focus in the I mean, Wood from Beat 'em Ups, he's got that Nintendo podcast, and like he says that's his favorite thing he does, and like I can say the same for me. Like this is what I look forward to the most every week. Like I enjoy doing it, and I enjoy listening to them. And they're, depending on how you do it, like they can be a lot easier to do than producing a video. You know what I mean? For sure. Yeah. And like I said, it all depends on the style that you do it. If you've got a highly polished, edited podcast, it's going to be a lot different than like what we do. But like I get it, and he wants to try out other things. So I mean, it is a huge thing to step back from doing YouTube full time. So hopefully everything remains okay with him, and I look forward to seeing what the next video is. And I'm all for people doing whatever they want to do, what makes them happy, and he's financially able to do it, then more power to you. So
yeah.
All right, we'll go ahead and break up and jump into your Marky Mark's Anime Adult Corner.
That's the wrong name, but it's just some random thing that I pulled.
We'll jump into that and then get back into some news. So what do we got this week?
Yeah, so this one, it's a show that I liked, and I think it's one of the if it's not the first, it was one of the early ones that I started watching when I got back into it. I think right around when I graduated, right around 2012 would have been the right year. Have you ever heard of an anime called High School of the Dead?
Of course. I've got there was only one season, right? Or was there two?
Yeah, there's only one season.
Okay, yeah, I've got that on DVD.
One 12-episode season. So, and I think we've got a little bit more since, not a whole lot, but the whole concept of like an anime and zombie show kind of coming together is pretty not as common as you'd think, especially how big the whole zombie genre was in the early to mid from the 2000s to like the mid 2010s and stuff like that, where it really blew up. But High School of the Dead started off as essentially a manga, and then got a adaptation in 2010, in the summer of 2010, that essentially adapted most of the manga up into that point. Essentially, it's a action, horror, supernatural, suspense, ecchi is the kind of genres for this, kind of like a gore survival show, kind of aimed at a young adult male to an adult male audience, essentially. But essentially, it deals with one day, it takes place in the standard, obviously, the name High School of the Dead. It's in a high school, And all of a sudden, people start, attacking and biting each other, and it's just like, hey, I'm in a school, and all of a sudden zombies are all over the place, and then everybody that becomes a zombie, and it, everything starts breaking down into, so society just breaks down. You start seeing, factions, form and are attacking, or it starts to dab a little bit into like how we immediately become, I guess territory is not the name that I'm thinking of, but you know, factional essentially. Start fighting not only the zombies to survive, but each other. Because not only do we have to survive, but you need to be like the top dog, essentially take advantage of what's going on. And then there's like an ecchi segment of it, which existed in the manga, but the anime turned it up to the umpteenth degree with the fan service. Like it's outrageous compared to the original light novel, because it existed, but it's nowhere close to what the anime. Because you've seen the anime, right?
Yeah, I own it.
There's like a famous scene where the main character is shooting a like a long-barreled rifle. I don't know if it's a sniper rifle or whatnot. And essentially, he shoots it, and the bullet goes between one girl's thighs. It goes between like her breasts are flopping, and it goes right between them. Completely unrealistic.
Yeah.
Which that scene was very similar in the manga, but obviously that wasn't there for one reason or another. But essentially, if you like you like tits and zombies and guns to some degree, it's a fun, stupid show to watch. But it is unfortunate there's only one season in the manga before it's
it goes longer.
It's not much longer. There's only like 30 or 31 chapters, if I believe. Yeah, I think there's a proper. Technically, there's only officially 29, but we eventually got a 30th chapter, from what I understand, before it fully completely stopped.
Huh.
So eventually, it was running from. Started in 2007.
It was popular there for a minute. Yeah. I'm shocked that it didn't. There wasn't more to it.
It was running fairly fine up until 2011, I believe. The original run ended May 9th of 2011. If I'm reading this properly, so it eventually ended because of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami and stuff like that hit Japan.
Yeah, the
whole idea was this is too familiar to what just happened, so put it on a really long hiatus. So from 2011, a year after the anime got it out, it just nothing happened for years. We did get a chapter 30, which is the last chapter we got in March of 2013. But at the time, it was kind of like, want to come back. I don't know if the author was wanting to do something else or just kind of leave it on hiatus at the time. But that would eventually be the last chapter, because the author, Daisuke Sato, if I didn't butcher his name, eventually he passed away in 2017 when he was 52, which essentially guaranteed the end of the manga, which is really unfortunate because for as ecchi as it is, I like tits. And I like zombies, and it was kind of going in a really unique way with the story, because essentially, without getting too spoilery, though it's been out for over a decade at this point, so it's kind of on you at this point. There might be minor spoilers ahead. Pretty much the manga, the anime ends and the manga ends essentially, because in the aftermath, there's zombies, but essentially, everything still works. Technology and stuff still works, but for whatever reason, and we don't really get that much of an explanation, nuclear warheads start getting launched, essentially. And essentially some of them explode in the air, essentially causing an EMP. So technology essentially stops working, more or less. So, you now have zombies, and yeah, now it becomes a big headache. And essentially, to me, that's where the story was getting interesting. And unfortunately, that's kind of where the story kind of stops. Start bringing in new people. Technology is now doesn't exist, so that's an extra hurdle you kind of have to get over. But I mean, I could talk about it all day, and I absolutely loved it for all its pros and cons, and how ridiculous it gets, especially the anime. But
do you remember? Do you remember High School DxD?
Yeah, which at least is still ongoing with the light novel for sure. We haven't got a new anime in forever, it feels like.
I liked that one too back in the day. That was I liked that one around the time that me and you were
that's back
real into anime.
at least for the English dub, the voice actor, like the character, his name's Issei. After like the third season, the English voice actor, he got arrested for having CP,
Wait, for what
which
show?
is for High School DD.
Oh,
The original voice actor, the
that's
English voice actor
shocking.
for Issei, for that male lead, he got arrested for CP.
Oh my
And then he got
god.
replaced, but I don't think that had anything to do with the anime stopping after the season 4. But yeah, essentially the same genre, just one deals with angels and demons, the other deals with zombies. Same kind of format and stuff like that.
That's
As far as like its target audience.
crazy. Okay, I did not know that. Well,
Yeah, I think it's on Blu-ray though. It's obvious. I think it's one of the oldest ones that I actually own, the DVD of High School, because it's one of the really early ones that I bought.
yeah.
Funny enough, at a Best Buy. Right as we talked about, Best Buy pretty much stopped selling physical. But as far as the English goes, I also do have. This is just the first volume of it, but I have all 7 volumes that got released here, which I think is everything but volume 30, because that was just like a standalone chapter. So I watched the anime first. I read the manga, then I read the manga. I'm like, okay, the original manga does not turn the sexiness up to 1,000 that the anime did. Which is to some degree a little relieving, because I'm like, it feels like at times that the anime definitely played too hard on that to kind of keep your attention. Or
that was especially, well, I mean, it is now. I'm sure I don't keep up, but there was something about that time period of anime that was like especially popular. It was like
clearly marketed towards an adult audience, obviously.
Do you remember this was like the reverse ecchi thing, but do you remember the show or the anime Black Butler? That was kind of like the reverse. It was all the
Oh, because that was like
it was like all men. Yeah,
I can't remember the proper name for it.
Is there like an
towards females?
Yeah, it was like
women.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, that's a good pick for the week. I like that one. That's a good one. So
as long as you're 18 or older, because then you can't technically buy it or watch it.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
But it's another scene that's kind of unfortunate that you see in some anime circles. It's unfortunate because natural disaster caused a hiatus. Then the unfortunate with the author passing away, and essentially just leaves the manga unfinished, and we're never going to get another chapter, which does kind of suck as well. It's kind of like a W whammy. Never got to finish it, and then now we're just stuck with what we have. So it's kind of like God knows where he was going to eventually take the story.
Yeah.
Because I think he passed away from from heart disease, unfortunately, which is unfortunate, for the family and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is.
But it's one of those, and I don't know how it's some other stuff, but it's the whole concept of, essentially out of respect for the original writer, we're not going to touch, his work. We're just going to leave it as is, for better or for worse. But it's just another one of those shows that at the time was really popular, and then it's kind of like died in memory. It's just a show that doesn't really exist anymore in like in the anime zeitgeist at this point.
Yeah,
like a lot of shows that are popular, super popular when they come out, and then years later, people don't even know they exist anymore. It is a little sad that some shows just can't get over that hump of being, like a Yu Yu Hakusho or a Dragon Ball Z, and essentially be eternal. Like they're never going to be forgotten. Like those super influential shows.
Oh yeah, 100%. We were talking about, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but there's a new Rurouni Kenshin. I'm ecstatic about that. And funny enough, I saw an article pop up about it this week, just like talking about the series in general, not talking about like this new one. I'm like shocked because nobody ever references or talks about that show at all. And I'm like, between that and Yu Yu Hakusho, absolutely my favorite.
Yeah, I was in a Barnes and Noble the other day, couldn't find especially with the announcement of the new anime, couldn't find the manga at all in the store of all the manga that they have. I was like, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, they've got like an omnibus for it, a couple omnibuses.
It's like, well, not like there's a lot of manga out there that you can buy. It's just unfortunate that like, think of a new show, you'd have it out in your on your bookshelf and stuff like that. But lo and behold, it's not there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. So what do we got next? As I'm trying to update some of this here.
I have to pull some up real quick. A bunch of other windows.
Well, one I know that we can talk about, which I was actually throwing in there now, is the new Evercade consoles that were announced. So I'll actually link it in here if you didn't see it yet, Mark.
What's going on with that? I didn't see that.
So they're just entirely new consoles. So they're basically, I guess, like the R for it, which I'm gonna throw it in here for you. It stands for refresh, I think, but basically they're taking the console and the handheld, and they're kind of making like refreshed versions of it. They're upgrading it, but also like the price is going down. So like they're going to be cheaper. They're going to run, yeah. So like if you check out the new hardware there, they actually just announced right before these that they're making these carts. I believe they're called Giga carts. So basically, these are going to be able to run like newer, more beefier games. So handle like the 64-bit era better, and then like new, more intensive indie games essentially. And basically, the Giga Cart is going to be able to hold more storage and run bigger games than what it does now. But they announced the Evercade Evercade EXP R, and then the Evercade Versus R, which the EXP is basically the handheld version of this console. Like this is a retro and indie based cartridge based console. Every single one of their carts are $20. They constantly have new releases. But yeah, so these are going to take over the previous iterations, and they're not going to produce those anymore. So they've got the Evercade R, which stands for refresh, and basically the changes with it, it's going to be cheaper. It's now going to be $100 instead of I think $120. But it says it receives many changes from the original to help reduce the cost of the product. It says it's the best way for the Ever cartridge on the go, with the focus now purely on the handheld gaming experience. This is talking about the EXPR. Comes in charcoal gray with turquoise accents. Like the previous model, it also includes Wi-Fi for easy updates, and includes the tape mode, so you can flip it up and play the shmups, that way. So it allows you to rotate the console to play vertically. Come with a USB-C charging cable, and also come bundled with one Evercade cartridge, including our new Giga Cart format. And so yes, essentially it's like a refreshed version of it, cheaper, looks better. As for the console, the Versus R, looks like I can't really tell what was changed with it. I mean, it's still got the HDMI out. HDMI is included with it, but it's also the cost went down to $100. It will be available. Additional controllers will be available separately, and they also announced the Tate grip. So a grip for you to be able to play your games vertically. If you're playing those shmups in tape mode, then there's a grip for it. But yeah, I mean, you can go on their website and kind of look. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I've been doing a bunch on this. I'm going to pre-order it when they drop. At least, I don't know what yet. Maybe both. We'll see. I'm not entirely sure what all is changed besides, like, realistically making it cheaper. I think, like, screen is the same and all that stuff. So, as far as that, I'm not entirely sure, if I'm being straight up with you. But they did announce also that Tomb Raider 1 through 3 collection is coming on a cartridge. And they also announced that there will be a bundled version of these new consoles and handhelds that will include that. And it's got like a gigantic Lara Croft on the front of the box. It's really cool. That's probably like the version I'll go for. But that is pretty cool that they're bringing the Tomb Raider games to here. And I think that's going to be their first Giga Cart game. It's obviously a more intensive game, 64-bit game, fully 3D. So that's kind of cool. But they're going to be cheaper essentially, and like this has a load of like retro games and indie games, and every single cartridge is $20. So I mean, it's cheap if you want a cheap system to collect for and be able to play all these games from these different companies. Like, I think it's cool. I'm all for it. So that Gigacart is, I think, the more exciting announcement to me, because that means they're going to be diving into a lot more of the PS1 64 era stuff, and then
bring some of those games back. Start making new games.
Yeah. So I'm pretty excited for it.
And this is funny enough. This is kind of a little adjacent, though. I know it's kind of go back and forth between some stuff, but there was recently earlier this week. I know we talked about the Spice and Wolf anime that started airing earlier this month. Well, they finally came out, and both the original voice actor for Hollow and Lawrence are going to be reprising their roles. So Hollow's voice actress is Brianna Palencia, if I don't butcher that name, and then Lawrence is being voice acted as Michael J. Tatum. But funny enough, because I can technically tie this back to gaming, both of those voice actors have also voice acted two characters in the Borderlands series.
No way.
Can you guess who they voice acted?
No, who?
Because I didn't know this at the time, and it kind of blew my mind. So Brianna is the voice actress for, let me just verify. Yeah, for Mad Moxie in the Borderlands series.
What?
And then Michael J. Tatum is the voice actor for Sir Hammerlock.
That's wild. Interesting.
That is crazy. Very well known. I think probably the biggest games they've done. Obviously, Michael J. Tatum's really well known in the anime community. At least until, for the longest time, until Funimation ceased to exist, he did a lot of voice acting for them. So if you've watched any kind of anime that's been dubbed since 2005 to now, you probably did know him. I think the first thing he did was an Initial D, and then the most recent thing he's done was the Ruby Ice Queendom anime, whatever he's working on. But they also both did voice acting in a show that I know you really liked, which is the
Madoka Magica.
No.
What?
I think it's that Rosario Vampire.
Oh yeah, love that
show as well. As I was kind of scrolling through, but
that is awesome. I did not know that.
I know it's something small. I was looking around.
No, that's cool.
We talked about it before, but I was like, okay, yeah, we finally, we're about 3 weeks in for that anime being out right now, but finally got, hey, your two main voice actors from the original 2008 anime are going to reprise their roles. Obviously, we have no date on when the English dub's going to come out, but it's always nice to see, the original voice actors reprising their role that way. It's like, hey, if you watch the old and now you're watching the new in English, it's like fairly consistent. It's not like jarring when it comes to brand new voice actors trying to potentially sound like the old one.
Yeah, no, I'm here for it. I dig it.
I still need to watch the actual anime, but it's probably gonna be one of those things where it's like when this first season's close to being done, I probably want to go back and watch it. That way I can just binge watch the whole thing all the way through.
Oh, have you never watched Spice and Wolf?
Not this new one that just came out.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched it. Okay, yeah.
But I also prefer to, instead of, I don't like weekly episodes. I prefer just to binge watch a full season. So that's probably what I'm end up doing.
The only thing that is of interest to me right now, I still want to watch the I think it's called Chainsaw one. But
Chainsaw Man.
I absolutely 100% have to watch the new Rurouni Kenshin. Like I'm just I'm ecstatic that the series is getting any recognition at all, because like I said, I feel like it's one.
Decades.
I just don't get it. To me, like it's perfect. To me, it represents anime, especially of that time, but it just represents anime and manga so well to me. And so does Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, I feel like those two, I don't know what it is about those two particularly. I can't really say, but I feel like they just represent and are like at the forefront of anime and manga. Like, they're both to me, they're both perfection.
Very iconic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love it. I'm going to send you what is in the description here for the video, but I added that Spice and Wolf in there. So looks like we've also got this was interesting. This is also like kind of breaking news / breaking rumor. But somebody by the name of Ultima Shadow on X, he added a list of remakes and remasters that Sony is working on right now, and that would be Until Dawn remake, which we already know about because that's confirmed. Horizon Zero Dawn remake, Demon Souls 2020 remaster. That one makes absolutely no sense to me. It's literally a remake. You're remastering a remake. Astro's Playroom remaster, Uncharted 4 remake, Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales remake, and Marvel Spider-Man 2 remaster. To me, this makes absolutely no sense. First of all, Spider-Man 2 just came out. How are you going to remaster it on the same console?
I have no idea. I mean, ask The Last of Us that same question.
Yeah, but that was 3 different consoles, though. I don't
like
support
a year
it.
after the original release.
But how do you remaster a game that just came out last year? It's on the same console.
With The Last of Us, 1 and 2.
Unless
this year of it, they remastered it.
Well, I guess this can make more sense if it's for the PS6, which we are close to. We talked about we're 2 to 4 years away from. So I guess if they're working on it, yeah, that could be about right. I mean, you're looking at 2 to 4 years for development of AAA games usually. So I guess if it's for the next console, that makes sense. Until Dawn, we already know about. We've seen footage for, but the Demon's Souls one, that one's weird to me because that's already a remake. So you're like remastering the remake? I don't know. I don't personally believe this list, but what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't care for the whole remake. Like, if you're gonna remake something, let it be like a decade plus at that point where it's impossible to now play said game. I think it's wholly unnecessary.
Yeah, I don't put much weight into this one. Most of these rumors you gotta.
To be fair, a lot of it's like low effort. We're just let's recash in on a game that you can still technically buy and play. Because the hardcore is not going to be the target. It's it's the casual market that might have had it, got rid of it, doesn't know they can essentially replay it for the cheap if not spending any money extra at all, and they'll just rebuy it. But it costs them no extra money to remaster it with probably some AI to just upscale the graphics. Maybe we'll tweak some stuff that people at the time didn't like about it, but we're going to put very little effort into actually doing anything.
Yeah, to me it seems silly, but if it's for the next console, sure, whatever. Do I like it? Not necessarily. But that, to me, this entire list would only make sense if this was all targeting the PS6, which again, we said, we're 2 to 4 years away from. So that would add up and make sense, I guess, because you've got development time. It's not like everything's coming out right now, but I don't know. I mean, I'm, kind of pretty much on the same page as you with the whole remaster. It just depends. Like, yes, if it's a game that's stuck on the PS1, by all means, remaster or remake that game. But if it's like a game that came out last generation, like, especially if it's still backwards compatible, like you're still able to play it, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I don't know. What do I know? I just talk about games, so I don't know anything. But yeah, I wouldn't give much credibility to that particular list there, but
Yeah, I I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. So we've also got what do we got next, Mark?
Uh, what's this? The Super Nintendo Donkey Kong has been delayed. Or this
Yeah,
has to deal with the movie,
no, this is
or is this
the
the
the theme.
Universal?
Yeah, the theme
Oh,
park. So
the
the
theme park. Okay.
the expansion's opening got delayed. So, and this is for Japan, Universal Studios Japan. So that Donkey Kong Country expansion was coming, which like people have been, highly anticipating. It says it's been delayed to late 2024, disappointing many fans eagerly anticipating the ride. Early footage highlights faithful recreation of Donkey Kong Country and Super Nintendo World, including minecart roller coaster. I think that's so cool. That sounds like that'd be awesome, like recreating some of those levels. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I want to go so bad to Super Nintendo World. Like you have no idea. I like it's at the top of my list of things I want to do, and yeah, I watched the footage of the ride. But yeah, it looks like they're still planning to launch it this year, but it looks like it's just going to be delayed towards the end of the year. It says it's close to completion, though it's likely this delay was made to ensure that riders will safely be able to enjoy the ride and no accidents occur at the park when it becomes available to the public. And it looks like the Nintendo Museum's opening was delayed as well, which I actually didn't know about. Oh yeah, I did know. We talked about this. They haven't provided full details about museum displays or a revised opening, but it's delayed to the 30th at the latest, so it's not that long, 11 days. It's going to focus on historical Nintendo products and hardware prototypes. That would be amazing to go. Dude, that would be so cool to go to. They better be showcasing the Nintendo PlayStation there. That is a huge part of Nintendo history, and they need to make sure they're covering their Hanafuda cards and their love hotels and all that jazz. The history of Nintendo is a weird one, man. The origins of Nintendo is so weird. I mean, you have Mario Brothers on the Atari 2600 and 5200 and 7800, and it was interesting times for early Nintendo. So we've also got a little bit of info on Sonic X Shadow Generations. This is basically, it's like a borderline remake, but it's more of a remaster of the 2011 game. It received age ratings from multiple regulatory agencies. This is indicating that the game is on course to hit its release window. It's targeting a fall 2024 launch. So it looks like it's on track to be coming out this year. I really liked Sonic Generations. I thought it was a very unique idea to take 2D Sonic and 3D Sonic and throw them together. So I'm curious to see what these new levels and gameplay is like with Shadow. So cool stuff. And then I guess since we're already talking about Sonic, we might as well talk about the other big news, right?
Yeah, might as well go hit it.
All right. So what's the big news?
I thought you already had pulled it up.
Keanu Reeves is voicing Shadow in Sonic 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, sorry, you asked. I thought we were just asking if I was ready to go to the next section. I thought you already had pulled up ready to go. You're asking me. I'm like, oh, no, I'm on like the wrong page.
Wow, we got it on the thumbnail. Yeah, so we finally got confirmation on the voice of Shadow, and they're going with Keanu Reeves. So I think that's pretty interesting.
So, what Keanu are we gonna get? That's the question. Are we gonna get Johnny Silverhand Keanu, or he's like, man, what's the problem with you? Or are we gonna get the
well, Shadow's rude and arrogant, and
so we're gonna get like a mixture of his what's the oh my god, I can't think of the name of the movie now.
John Wick.
No, the Matrix him.
Oh,
well, the way he spoke in that a little bit, intentionally speaking a little bit lower voice type thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Shadow's like very mouthy and like rude,
super edgy.
Yeah, he's an edgelord basically. So he's the edgy version of Sonic. So it's gonna be somewhere in a mix of that. I feel like, but yeah,
you're gonna know it's him. He's not like, for the most part, he kind of speaks in like one very consistent voice. So it'd be weird to see him in like a voice acting role.
Well, yeah, like my thought was like he's not one of those guys that like I think of him by his voice. Like, to be honest,
he's acting. Because he is, because he's not a voice actor. Like when he did Cyberpunk, like he technically voice acted, but he essentially played himself in that role. Like, let's be real.
Well, I was looking on here, and apparently he's also voice acted in Batman's 2022's DC League of Super Pets, and he voiced Duke Kaboom in Toy Story 4. So it looks like he's dabbled in the.
There's 2 movies I didn't see.
I watched both.
Just being fair, like I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know.
Well,
it's like, hey, Sonic, Eggman never changes.
Exactly. You see, you could voice Shadow.
See how the way he talks could definitely fit with, you know, that whole personality. I don't know, edgelord is not the right term, but you know, it's close enough.
He's an edgy Sonic, so like it's gonna be somewhere close to the way you were just doing it.
Well, that's like one of like 2 ways that Keanu Reeves is gonna speak. Is he gonna speak like that, or is he gonna speak the way he normally does?
I don't know. He's got to be like very, very arrogant and like very,
Keanu does arrogant. He does it really. He can do it really well.
Yeah, he's great. Like he definitely can do it. He's capable.
I think it's 2. I think it's a really good casting for 1, and 2, it's Keanu, so you're gonna sell tickets.
Yeah,
it's advertising.
And then, like, of course, Jim Carrey said he wasn't coming back, and he is, and like he's a ticket seller too. People are probably going to get mad at me for saying this, but he might be my least favorite part of the Sonic movies. Like,
I've only seen the first one.
It's good. It's great.
I thought he did a decent role in the first one. I thought he did it well. Like, he fit. But he wasn't in it too long. He wasn't overbearing as far as Sonic and the human guy that I didn't really care for.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. To me, Jim Carrey doesn't really fit. Like, it works for these movies. Like, you know, I like one. I think they're great movies. I feel like Sonic was like, other than like Wreck-It Ralph, Sonic was kind of like the start of like, okay, we're getting good video game movies. Like, we can get good adaptations now.
Yeah.
But a lot of people would, reference back to like Wreck-It Ralph, which I think really did well with that. It's not really technically.
It's just touching on a lot of pop culture.
Yeah, you had a ton of video game characters in it, and it was set in a video game world,
but it had to be like the old video games because of copyright, and it'd be too expensive to have a lot of modern.
Well, I mean, Bowser was in there. Did you forget that?
They paid a lot of money for it.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. But hey, look, I'm just happy that we're getting like good video game stuff now. Like, despite you said earlier about the adaptations, you liked the first Sonic movie, right?
Yeah, but I've also was never really into the Sonic games.
Well, you don't have to be. That's the good thing about a lot of these. You don't have to be into the property.
It's also
like Fallout.
It's not Nintendo. It's Sega, but it's kind of they're kind of married at this point. So it's kind of like let's be very careful with this because we don't want to tarnish this name. We've already said Sega's tarnished Sonic's name enough on their own as is. And let's be fair, there's some terrible Sonic games. Like Sonic,
there's some there's some
awful games. So it's not like Sega. It's not like they made it bad. It's like, oh, they ruined Sonic. I'm like, yeah. To be fair, Sega kind of beat him to the punch. Like, come on.
Yeah, no. There's a lot of really bad Sonic games, and then I think there's also a lot of like misunderstood Sonic games. Honestly, like you could have the debate that like kind of like half of the Sonic games are good and half are bad. Like it is very
like from the community. I'm not in it because I'm not much of a Sonic fan, but it's you actually either love or hate a Sonic game. There's like no in between. It seems like with that community.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's like games are very, very hit or miss. Like I feel like the last Sonic Frontiers, really good, and then we got Sonic Superstars, which is the new 2D Sonic, really good. I think this is going to make probably the first time period in a long time where we've got 3 consecutive really good games out of Sonic.
Yeah.
Like, it's usually, I feel like it's almost to the point of it's every other game is good. Like, you got a bad game in between every good game, is what it feels like. But Sonic Superstars and Frontiers are both really good games. So I'm looking forward to this.
I mean, don't knock it. Maybe they're trying to send every other. It's like, we'll give you 3 good Sonic games, but then we're going to give you 3 crap Sonic games. We'll do 3 and 3. Especially when you think Sega's figured it out, they're going to put out a stinky one here in a few years.
Oh, they 100% will. I have, like, little to no faith in Sega ever. Like, every single Sonic game that comes out, I'm like, oh, God, I hope this is good. I hope this is good. And, you know, it's funny is, like, I was going to break up the show and we'll show off, like, pickups real quick. But what's funny is that, like, I actually haven't picked up Superstars yet. And it took a long time for me to grab Frontiers. And I think here's my logic with I am a big Sonic fan, but I know the games drop in price, you know, within the year. Like, they drop significantly. And, like, my problem is that there's not enough time to play games. There's just not enough time. There's too many things I want to play. And, like, for me, those are games that Frontiers is a little different because it's an open world game. So, like, there is a lot more that you can do. But I miss, like, I'm not a mobile gamer, right? We talked about this. I don't care for mobile games, but I actually have been playing a mobile game, and that is, I guess this technically would make 3 already Sonic games that are really good in a row. But I subscribed to this, like, Apple package thing for a month. Like, you get a free month of it, and you get, like, everything Apple.
Apple Arcade, or
no? It's like a universal. You get Apple.
You mean like Apple Family or whatever? It's like
Yeah,
Apple Music and everything.
you get all that. Yeah,
yeah. I know what you're talking about,
it's like 30. I don't know if I'm going to renew it because I don't know.
It's expensive.
It's $35 a
month. I
month.
do Apple Arcade, and I do it for one single game, which is probably a waste of money.
Well, see, I got it right now, but I've been playing. I'm only a few levels in, but Sonic Dream Team. This is a full Sonic game on, and I've been playing with a controller when I play, and I just might do a level, you know, every other night or something like that. Like, very slowly making my way through it. I'm not, like, rushing or anything. But, like, this is an actual legitimate good Sonic game on mobile. I'm, like, shocked. Like, this could be a console game. And that's what I want to see for mobile. So, like,
I'm sure they'll port it eventually.
Yeah. Well, this has got to get ported, but I got it set to the high resolution mode. But, like, it's legitimately really good. And it's 3D. Like, it's an actual good Sonic game. I don't care for touch controls for anything, which we're going to get a little bit into stuff later on and talk about a certain thing that came to iOS.
Jump off.
I'm watching it for the camera.
You immediately went to the left and you just fell to your death.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You're doing that like
anyway, it's like
everywhere you could jump, it's off the screen.
It's hard. I'm like doing it backwards on the camera. But yeah, anyway, like that's a really good one. I've been playing that, so I do recommend that.
Now you say that, and I had to pull it up, but according to Nintendo Life, they have Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric on the
that's horrible.
The worst rated Sonic game.
Horrible. It's not worse than 06. I don't agree with that, but it's really bad. Both of the Sonic Boom games are really bad.
Was Sonic Labyrinth and Sonic Blast just as bad? I know we're going back to.
Well, here's the thing. Those are like entirely. I like both of those games. They're entirely different Sonic games. So like they're not like a standard Sonic game. They're not standard 2D. They're not standard 3D. 3D Blast was really like new 3D, and they were doing that on the Genesis and the Game Gear, and like it's not like a great game. I would say it's like a 7 out of 10. Like it's not amazing, but like for the time, what they were doing is really cool. And like the fact that they were even able to accomplish that on the Genesis and technically the Game Gear, although it's a little bit different, they're definitely different versions. They're not they're not as bad. And like even in the community, I don't really see people say a lot of bad things about them. They're definitely not like beloved in the top, 10
Yeah.
games, but I think they're pretty good. And actually, I was playing my Game Gear the other day. I've got the EverDrive in there and was playing Labyrinth and going back and revisiting it a little bit. But there's quite a few like Game Gear games, or Sonic Chaos and Tails Adventure. So Tails actually had its own game on the Game Gear, and it's actually a really expensive game. So I just play it on the EverDrive. But there's
Well, I guess I don't know how much you know about Nintendo Life and stuff like that. What do you think they put as the top Sonic game, top rated Sonic game?
either Sonic 2 or Sonic Adventure 2.
They put Sonic 2. Whoever wrote the article put Sonic 2 as number 2.
What'd they put as number 1? Not Sonic Adventure 2?
No,
It's Sonic 3. Okay, I was going to say it was either Sonic. So, like, the general consensus, the best games, I guess now is a little bit different because Sonic Mania is out, but, like, Sonic CD.
Sonic and Knuckles is number 3, and he put Sonic Mania as number 4, so.
Yeah, Sonic Mania is, like, kind of like the ultimate 2D Sonic game. In my opinion, it's dethroned Sonic 2 as, like, the best 2D Sonic. In my opinion, it just. So do you know the whole backstory of Sonic Mania and how that sort of happened?
No, I don't.
So there's a guy named Christian Whitehead, and he was just a Sonic fan, right? And like he basically remastered Sonic 1 and 2 and like did it like just fully remastered the games. And Sega liked it so well that they hired him and he created Sonic Mania. So like he's the one that made the official Sonic 1, 2, and 3 remasters that are on iPhone and like are on the collections and stuff. He did that. And he was just a fan. And then Sega hired him. They liked it so much. And they're like, hey, why don't you make a brand new 2D Sonic game? And that's developed from him. And he was just a Sonic fan. So
I mean, nobody's more dedicated to these games than fans are.
Yeah, I mean,
like, I can make a better Sonic game because I know what the community and myself want to play.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a weird choice to not make a Sonic Mania 2. They did Sonic Mania Plus that like kind of added content to it. But it felt like a kind of weird that like Sonic Superstars is fine. I would say like a 7 out of 10. It's a fine 2D Sonic. It's not great. But it felt weird that like Sonic Mania did so well and it's like such a perfected 2D Sonic. It's, in my opinion, like perfects the original 2D formula of Sonic. Like it does. And you got more characters and you got a ton of levels and everything's unique. But it felt weird that they didn't do a Sonic Mania 2. And maybe they still are, like I hope, because people love Sonic Mania, but I think it's just that nostalgia thing where people are like still put Sonic 2 as like the best Sonic game. I think it's just like a nostalgia thing. I think I love Sonic 2, but I actually like Sonic and Knuckles, which basically Sonic 3, better than 2. For me, it goes Sonic Mania, Sonic CD, and then it goes Sonic and Knuckles as far as 2D Sonic. Like that. That's kind of
clarify. When he put Sonic and Knuckles, Sonic 2, and then Sonic 3, they were all the Mega Drive version of these games.
Yeah, of course.
1, 2, and 3.
So there is a group of people out there that do feel this way, but I actually like the Sonic 1 and 2 Game Gear games. So how do I say this? I enjoy them more than I do the Genesis games. There is a group of people out there that says that, but not many. And I think like partially that is nostalgia. Like it's not. It's cool to see like 8-bit Sonic, like it's unique, and I think they're good games, and they're like their own games. They're not just Sonic 1 through 3 on the Game Gear. They're like their own games. So they're different. They're different versions of the game. So I think they're good. I think they get massively overlooked and like never talked about. But I think they're great personally. So
you probably are in the minority of that though.
There is a group of people that like I'm saying like I enjoy them more than the Genesis games, but like people like them. Like people think they're good. But Tails Adventure is like a really unique, fun game. Like totally different, not like a traditional Sonic game. You're like flying around, and that's how you get through the levels, collecting the rings, and like using different gear and stuff. It's like a really unique game, and it's stuck on the Game Gear, unfortunately. Um, that's a really fun game that I wish that they like sort of revisit that concept, because like if you watch gameplay of that, like it's not like a traditional Sonic game by any means. It's not about speed. Like there's Sky Patrol, Tails Sky Patrol, like just a different take on the Sonic universe, and like it's kind of a slower paced game, and very unique, very unique. Pretty excited for this new Sonic, but I think breakup news. I don't know if you have anything to show off recently, but so basically one of the things this week that we had in here is that like Walmart randomly had like a massive sale on games, and like $5 games for like they had games that were $5 that were $70 games for like no reason. Nobody knows why. They're online and in store. Something.
Or they're doing a sale or something like that.
I don't know. I mean, like pretty new games, and like I picked up one that you'll be kind of shocked here that I really did want to get. That's still normally full price and just came out a few months ago. But they just did like a random sale. So I walked into Walmart, and I always check the game section for clearance games or to see if there is anything on sale. So I was just walking in there to get Tylenol, and I saw it. I had no idea. I hadn't seen online or anything about it. I was like, holy crap, there's like these games here, like $5-10. Like there was a few that was $20 that were like $70 games that are totally worth it. I only grabbed 2 of those, but like most of these were $5 or $10, and I was just absolutely shocked. No, there's like no reasoning why or anything, and there's still some. Like I was still getting a few tweets about some of these coming up before the podcast, like games I didn't grab. So like keep an eye out on Twitter, like Wario64, he's like tweeting them out. So I picked up some in store and then did an online order, and I'm considering doing another one with some of these other games that went up, but things are selling out now pretty quick. People are getting them pretty quick, and I stopped into. I wish I went ahead and just grabbed everything I wanted to grab, because I did get some doubles to sell or trade, but I will grab those and show you. And try to remember the prices I paid on these, but like some of them are different. I guess it's like regional. So if you go on the Walmart website, there were some games that got tweeted out that were like $5 or $10 that for me they weren't, and it's the same vice versa for other people. But like I don't know how that works, but it's like a regional thing. So I got some of these in store. I'll try to point that out, and then some online. Let me grab real quick.
Oh, that's a whole handful of games right there.
Oh, I got way more sitting right here. I got a ton, like an absolute ton.
You know, at least a handful and a half of stuff you get.
There's
you got.
two more piles. Yeah, this is the most I picked up in a very long time. It's all like modern stuff. So, I got Spyro Reignited Trilogy on Xbox One. We just talked about this one recently, $5. So I was like, I'm gonna grab that. I actually got 2 of these. Hello Neighbor 2. Not sure if I'll be interested in it, but $5. All right, check this out.
At that point,
I'm dropping stuff. $5.
Did you just get 3 copies of the same game?
I got 3 copies of the same game. $5. So what I'm going to do is sell the games I got doubles of to fund buying these games. That's how you do it. I bought more of these. I'll sell them for like $20 and make back some of the money.
Found the world of scalpers.
No, I'm just going to do it at regular price. I'm not going to overprice.
This is where it starts. This is where it starts.
Well, then, whatever.
They're like, I just want to have.
I'm just doing it to fund making this purchase. So
I thought like in 10 years you're like, oh, I've got like 150 copies of No Man's Sky on the Switch for no reason, just because I just want to have that many copies. You never know. You just want to snack on something.
That's not me. I've been selling off games and stuff like that. But I got these are $5. This World of Outlaws, dirt racing. Like there's a few, like kind of whatever things here.
Oh, grabbing the next one.
Got Gotham Knights, $5, and The Quarry for $5. I would never I told you this would have to be like $10 for me to grab it. Well, I waited and there I got it.
Got it on the cheap.
Got it on the cheap. 2 copies of Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. Already had it on the PS5, but grabbed it for the Switch anyway.
I mean, you at least need one for that Switch collection.
What is it?
At least need one for that Switch collection.
Gotta have one for that. Kirby Star Allies, one of my favorite pickups. I've been waiting forever to grab. I got $20. Nintendo game. Can't beat that. So there's
I'm
two.
just saying, if you bought some of those games for $5 and you already have, and you just want to add to your collection, you might as well just get them graded. Brand new game, but why not?
Well, I didn't really do that. I don't even know that I want to keep the. We'll see. I'm not sure. I know there's another one down there, but 2 of these. This game is like, I guess it's like a kind of like a board game, but it's also $5.
Oh, is it Catan? Yeah, it's an actual. It's a table. It's a board game.
Yeah, so I got 2 of those, and it's the super deluxe version. Another one I was really excited about.
Never really got into it.
Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life. So this is a remake of the Harvest Moon Wonderful Life game.
Okay, why not call it Harvest Moon then?
Well, there's a whole, you'd have to do a deep dive, like look up. So basically the people that made the original Harvest Moons, Story of Seasons is that series, and a company bought out the Harvest Moon name. So Story of Season games are the actual Harvest Moon games, and then the current Harvest Moon games are like their own thing. It's kind of confusing, but that's...
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. I got DreamWorks All-Star Kart Racing. Super excited about this. Got...
You're saying you better play as Shrek.
This one... This is a weird one, because it's like a game download. It's one of those code in a boxes, but it's Strike, the pin bowling. Probably the weakest thing that I got, but it's $5.
A bowling game.
What else I got? Okay. So this was the other one that I paid $20 for. There were 2 $20 games. This was the other one.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was a pretty good deal.
Oh, for that one, yeah, definitely.
$5.
Oh, for like any Legos game, those are always seem to be expensive.
Another No Man's Sky. The other Catan.
You just buy everything they had in stock?
Everything I could grab. All right, check these ones. You're going to love these ones. $10, Star Ocean, Second Story R. $5, Nier Automata, the ultimate.
That's like a steal.
That is an absolute steal.
Nier Automata? Yeah, it's crazy. Well, you and it's funny enough you brought that up, and I don't want to like get too sidetracked, but the Nier Automata director probably came out with like high praises for Stellar Blade, pretty much kind of coming out and saying like, I think your game's better than my game. It's crazy.
Yeah, here's one I'm pretty excited about. $5.
Naruto Storm 4.
And
yeah, that's not bad, but they've got the whole like all-in-one collection now. I don't know if it's on last gen consoles or
well they had the new game there for $30.
Like the Naruto Storm collection where it's like all those games.
Yeah.
One.
Well, no, not this. This is the collection. This includes 4 season pass. This isn't like the. Yeah.
Well, like I've actually seen the one where it's called like the Naruto Storm collection or whatever the full name is, but it's like supposed to be like all those games.
Yeah, this one just says includes Storm 4 games, season pass content, the new Boruto expansion pack plus bonus DLC. So I don't know that sounds like a good deal to me. And I haven't played that specific one, but they did have the new Naruto PS5 game there. It was $30, but I didn't grab that. And then the last ones I grabbed, which, like I said, some of these are threw away. I'm actually looking forward to a couple of these, but Nerf Legends, it might be fun with the daughters. $5. Lego Brawls. It's a Smash Brothers.
I was like, you brought that up, and I'm like, oh man, it's Nerf or nothing.
So here's the funny. This is the not Harvest Moon, but Harvest Moon.
Harvest Moon.
Yeah. So I got that, and then Plants vs Zombies, which is a really really fun FPS, but this is the complete edition, and it's not like the traditional Plants vs Zombies. It's not first. It's like a third person shooter. I don't know how to explain
Different
it.
take on that game for sure.
I gotta pick this up because I just dropped them everywhere.
I was trying to think of something. I couldn't think of the actual word. We just throw something on the ground and yell it, but I don't know. I think I'm like mixing up like 5 different things together. But eventually, he's playing like a 52 pickup, but with video games instead. If you've never played 52 pickup, the idea is you take a stack of 52 like cards, and you just squeeze it, and they just go flying everywhere, and it's just a big mess.
That is exactly.
Everyone looks at you like you're a dick. Good, yeah. Oh, Mr. Coffee saying it was a good score. Definitely. I mean, there are definitely some good games in there. Not I'm gonna buy the same game 10 times. Good, but I mean, allegedly he's gonna resell to make money, so I don't know. I'm not gonna judge him too hard. Get off my lawn gaming stopping by. Evening, Brandon. Since he's done putting his stuff back, come say hi.
Hi.
Oh man, you've just made a big mess. So you got like a stack of like 20 games for like $100? It's not bad at all. At that point, you just have to sell a $5 game for $10, and you've made your money back and then some. Since you doubled your money. That's a pretty good idea. Start looking for sales, buy them, and then just sell them for a little bit more. Essentially, you're doing the same thing that GameStop's doing. Buy a game on the cheap, sell it for like 2 or 3 times as much. Something and then profit.
Yeah.
So are you gonna be the new? You gonna replace GameStop with your new method?
No, I'm just gonna sell them at MSRP and make some money back.
Yeah, because I was looking around and thinking like I don't think I've bought anything recently, but there were 2 different little. The last things that I bought recently when I was at GameStop were 2 new like figures.
Yeah, some of the GameStop figures are pretty cool.
Actually, they do tend to have a lot of like anime ones. So I've got the I think it's Nezuko from Demon Slayer.
Oh, that's cool.
So that was pretty neat.
Yeah.
It's like $30-$40, I think, what I got them at. And then the other one is I don't have her name readily available, but she's from, I think, I don't have the box in front of me. I think she's from Double Zeta Gundam. She's from one of the OG series, and I can't remember her name because it's a series that I have. It's on my shelf. I just haven't watched it. But I immediately recognized her. I was like, "Oh, she's from Mobile Suit Gundam. I'm gonna buy that immediately, especially since it's not that expensive."
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm down with it.
To the decoration.
Yeah, and you pre-ordered Stellar Blade, right?
Yes.
And
when I was last at GameStop, I ordered it. I think he just. I wanted to pay for the full thing, but I was just walking out. I was like, "Oh, he only put me down for like the $5 thing," but it reserves it. I'll pick it up next Friday when I get off work.
Yeah, next week.
Which will suck because I'm gonna get off work and then I'll have to come do this podcast. So I'm not gonna be able to play it until after the fact. But
that was like the Godzilla thing. It's like, oh crap, that sucks. Can't go see it Friday night.
But it's kind of weird because I downloaded the demo like 2 weeks ago, but I kind of got to the point where it's just like, no, I don't want to spoil myself with the demo. I just want to get into the game and just fully play into it because it's like I already know I'm gonna play it, and I've been doing as much as possible not to see story or gameplay, too much of the story or gameplay. Like I want to go in as blind as possible.
Yeah.
Because that's like when I have fun. Like when I played, like I think one of the last games that really captured me was Nier Automata, and I went into that game 100% blind, knew absolutely nothing. And
I did too.
It blew me away, and I fell in love with it.
Sometimes I felt the same way.
Getting too hyped for a game kind of ruins it because you kind of like ruin the story, some gameplay elements, and compared to it's like this is a game I want to play, but I'm not gonna watch anything about it until it comes out. Outside of like maybe a handful of trailer stuff, but the moment it comes out, I'm gonna buy it, and then I'm going in as blind as possible. So I feel like that's better.
Starfield let me down so bad that I just I can't let myself get that hyped for games anymore. I was so let down by that game.
It was the same with Cyberpunk 2077. Obviously, the game had technical issues, but I essentially had no hype. I went into the game blind, and I had a good time. Obviously, the people that had been following it the whole time were overhyped, and it kind of let them down. Even if the technical issues weren't there, it's just kind of like you were expecting a 2020 game to do way too much. It just clearly never had a chance of doing. Not with that little development time.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same. I was super hyped for it. And we talked about that. I didn't have like a ton of issues. I had some game crashes, but I was playing on the PS5, so like my issues weren't as bad as other people's. So, I guess I could real quick show this off. So we like very briefly mentioned it last week, but I can't show the dock. It comes with a dock, but this is the Mamba 1 controller that we briefly talked about. I showed it. I've got this out of the package.
Yeah.
I set it up, and I was actually using it with my Analog Pocket docked, and like they advertised it being for Switch, PC, stuff like that. But I played it with that, and like this thing is like really cool. Like these pieces come apart and stuff. It's like you take it apart and like kind of customize it, and like I just have never seen a controller where it looks like this is cool, man. Like it feels really good, and like the screen is super unique. It's got the RGB lights there.
Yeah.
Like a full LCD screen to control everything, and like you actually view stuff on it. But it's like just really, really cool, man. Like sticks, take sticks off, swap those out. It uses those what are they called? Basically sticks that'll never get drift. I can't remember.
Because it doesn't use what is it, like that rank thing? It's like more like pure like mechanical, like with gears.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what that term's called. I can't remember.
I think I'm getting something wrong there, but I know what you're talking about. It's just I don't remember what it's called in the exact mechanical.
Oh, Hall effects joysticks is what it's called.
The way it's designed, where it's never outside of like outright breaking it, it's not gonna get drift.
Yeah, I think
for only a few dollars more to develop.
And like I think the price is fair, $65 on it, and like the screen on it's just very unique. Like it's a full like OLED screen on it. It's just very, very cool. It's got your like back pedals if you want to use them, and like you can customize how the triggers feel, and it's just
it's no Nintendo 64 controller, which I'm pretty sure is the original back button controller, but I mean it's a close second.
That's fair. Yeah,
it's super hard plastic, single joystick. I'm not. There's no way you could take that seriously.
Well, did you ever grab the 64 Switch Online controller?
I don't think I don't. I've got the GameCube one for the Switch, but I don't think I've got the N64 yet.
The GameCube, like the Nixie?
Not the Nix. I think it's a GameCube controller for the Switch, but it's not the Nixie.
Are you talking about like the Smash Brothers ones?
I think that might be the one. I think it's the actual one Nintendo made.
I gotcha. Okay, interesting. But so it looks like we also got Call of Duty on Xbox Game Pass could be coming with a special feature, and it says that it's hinting at the Call of Duty library coming to Game Pass from a recent discovery with Black Ops 3. Microsoft aims to make Xbox the top platform for all Call of Duty titles, potentially adding them to Game Pass. Speculations suggest an announcement may come at the June showcase. So, yeah, that's because, like the whole merger with Activision Blizzard and stuff, so they technically now own Call of Duty. I do not feel that they would take this massive property. Yeah, I just can't
at that
say
point. Because like they have enough exclusives, but yeah, they would lose so much with how popular those games are. They would lose so much money, and it's not like those gamers are gonna just by default now flock over to an Xbox.
Like some will, but yeah, they're not all going to do that. Yeah, they would just stop.
Like it just doesn't make sense. And the way both Sony and Microsoft have been kind of going with certain games being on the opposite console and on PC, it makes sense. Well, they'll just probably leave it on PlayStation and then just bank, the revenue themselves. Why risk losing the money? for a small bump in hardware sales.
Yeah, and like according to them, they seem to not care about hardware sales. So I just don't think that they would do that. That the PS5 install base is just so much bigger than the Xbox install base. Like sure you have Xbox Game Pass on PC. Like that is a big install base too, but taking it away from PlayStation, I feel like would be like the dumbest move ever.
Yeah.
You're missing out on that entire fan base that a lot of people just play Call of Duty on PlayStation. So
Yeah, it's like one of like 2 games they play.
yeah, if you play
Plus,
Call
I
of
mean-
Duty, you usually play Call of Duty and you play Warzone.
I mean, to be fair, like that's what makes sense. But you know, Microsoft has made some very boneheaded decisions in the past. So
Well, you know what else is boneheaded?
what's that?
Looks like classic Cartoon Network characters are coming to multiverses since it just officially launched. Well, it's about
I don't know if
it officially launched on May 28th. It says Powerpuff Girls and Dexter's Laboratory characters have been teased. Expect improved gameplay with a new netcode and new skins for characters.
Come back when we get Kids Next Door and Ed and Eddie characters. That's the OG right there.
This is a start. I mean, I like those two. Yeah, for sure. Like, I would love Ed and Eddie. Add all of it. Add Billy and Mandy. Add Courage.
I was gonna say this. I was never a big Dexter's fan. I never cared for Dexter's. Like to be fair,
I
One
love
of the least favorite
Dexter's.
cartoons that I ever watched.
I
But
loved
I was
it.
super into Kids Next Door.
Me too.
Mainly because it was like probably the first cartoon that I ever watched that actually had a continuing long-term story.
Yeah, and you never got to see the adults.
The adults were all evil, but it makes sense. You're a kid, you know, your imagination's kind of blowing.
The
up,
whole
and you're like, evil
concept of-
adults in reality.
The
I
whole
thought it was amazing.
there's like some good Kids Next Door video games. Like there's a really fun one for GameCube and PS2, like 3D platformer. It's a lot of fun. I loved the show too. Why they never did anything else with it is beyond me because I thought it was like a great concept. Like it could have continued on for a long time.
You know a game that we need to come back.
We need
You can't tell me
Fosters.
You can't do it. Yeah, that too, but
Blue Regard Q-Kazoo
we
needs
need
to be
a-
in.
we need a new Cartoon Orbits game.
Yes, we
You
do.
can't tell me.
Yes,
That'd
we
be dope.
do. I was obsessed
not?
with that game. I
hate when they took
obsessed.
it away.
I was so upset. I think back to that constantly because I think back to the way they did their auction system and like you could get like the ultra rare. They were essentially like stickers, but like you could get like the super rare Dragon Ball Z, like super uncommon. Like you're
But it
trying
was,
to
like,
bid for
all-
it, but there's like
it
an
was all
actual game too.
Yeah, but because you had to like do little quests or like play their games to earn like the coins and stuff like that to then trade and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Like it was like a whole ecosystem on their website.
I
It's
loved
not
it.
Like a lot of games now where it's like you can just buy virtual coins. Like no, you had to like earn a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, you didn't pay. You didn't
Which
pay
means
for this
when
stuff.
you had the money and you got some of that stuff, it means like you invested time to get certain things, which I thought was like part of which really made it worthwhile.
I can't. I mean, I can't even imagine the amount of hours I spent on Cartoon Orbit. Like it's unreal. Like I played that
Their whole
so
website.
much. That whole
They
website,
had
yeah.
so many.
They
so
had
many good
great
Flash games.
Flash dude. They had some of the best. Like, do you remember the Island games where you had like all the Cartoon Network characters and you like you're going to like just silly stuff like that and like the resort game and like it was like fun stuff, man. Like they had really good Flash games. I would say some of the best. Like Nickelodeon had some good ones too, but I was always the Cartoon Network.
Had the best. Like they just did their online games really well. Like they knew what they were doing.
And then like I even had the store. I remember I got a shirt from the Cartoon Network shop. Like super excited because like at that time you could never get like Cartoon Network merch anywhere. Like you couldn't go to Walmart and buy a Cartoon Network shirt. Like you still can't really. I can't think of anything, but
man, Cartoon Network's dropped. Like that used to be like the cartoon kids channel to go to watch. It's painful to see them drop off.
yeah, I know it sucks.
Here, I've got a random question, and I feel like this should be really easy for you. What on YouTube specifically, which grunge song is the most popular and has the most views?
Which grunge song?
Yeah,
Absolutely
going way
smells
out of
like
field here.
smells like Teen Spirit.
Yeah, pretty easy with 1.8 billion views.
It's insane.
But now I've got one that's probably gonna be a little bit harder. When it comes to YouTube, which new metal song has the most views?
Which new metal song?
Yeah, I'm going real out of left field because I'm not a big music fan. I know you're into a little bit.
New metal song that has the most views. That one I wouldn't know as much. Ask me the other grunge questions and I could do it. But what is it?
It's "Numb" by Linkin Park with 2.2 billion.
That's not new. That's old.
Linkin Park, no, new metal, NU metal.
Oh, new metal. Oh, I could have told you that. Sorry, I thought you meant like.
I thought you knew.
I do, but I didn't think that you would know that. So like that's not how I took it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That was a massive song. I think that I could be wrong, but I think "Smells Like Teen Spirit" is the most streamed song or listened to song on YouTube.
Probably.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I mean, it's probably that's the most popular grunge band. Like that's what you think when you think grunge music.
100%.
So
yeah.
I was listening to a lot of grunge and new metal like this past week.
Really?
I went down a whole rabbit hole. I haven't
grunge is my favorite genre.
I just got a real hanking for like primarily 90s music, but 90s to like 2000s music we grew up listening to.
I'm not
Nirvana, like Limp Bizkit, Blink 182, Sum 41. Like I went back down that rabbit hole of music that I listened to growing up, and I was like, "Fuck, man, I'm old."
That's how it always makes me feel. I know. Is it? Yeah, Sum 41 is. They just put out their last album, and they're done. They're not touring anymore.
They just released another album.
Dude, the album is really good, and the last Blink 182 album, absolutely, it may take the cake as the best, if not as the second best album. Which is shocking. Like they should not be able to at that age make a perfect pop punk album, in their 50s. But it is so good, and the new Sum 41 album so good. Like I've been listening to both of those a lot. Like Sum 41's new album, I'm listening to constantly in the car here recently. I think it's called like Heaven and Hell, but it's like really good. Like if you're a fan of the old stuff, like just really really good.
The two favorite Sum 41 songs is "In Too Deep" and "Fat Lip." Like hands down, like my two favorite songs by that band.
I think they're the two most popular songs too.
I mean, it makes sense, but
yeah, I like the Hell song. That's my favorite by them. I really like that one. But yeah, I get it. I go down those rabbit holes and makes me feel old as crap.
You ever get big into like Bowling for Soup?
I saw them live. I never got big into them, but I recently found out I started following the singer on Facebook, and he actually made a country album. I don't, for some reason, like he does like social media all the time, and he's like doing videos and posts every single day. So I've been following the singer randomly. I was never like really into him. I liked the one song that everybody knows, but
what's that?
1985. Yeah.
I think the first song I heard from them was "High School Never Ends."
Yeah, well, that one too. That there's
for whatever reason they've got a song called "Ohio," but
yeah, I know that one. I think those are their three most popular songs, but for sure, 1985 is their biggest. But "High School Never Ends" too. I loved that song back in the day. But yeah, I randomly started following the singer he like popped up on my Facebook, and yeah, he did like a whole country album.
It doesn't feel like that's his genre of music.
No, not at all.
Do like a handful of songs.
It does not fit him at all. Even just the way he looks now, he's like, I don't know, very interesting, weird. I get on these weird rabbit holes for like no for no reason at all.
It's like, let's do grunt. Like, let's watch, kids reacting to grunge music.
Oh, I've
A
seen
genre
that,
that's
yeah.
been dead for like 2 decades at this point.
I don't know
It
how.
was really, really popular in the 90s.
I don't know how you would. Yeah, I just don't think you could revive. I feel like that is like one of the only genres that would be like impossible to
That's the epitome
revive.
of what you think. That's the epitome of what you think of when you think of 90s music.
That's the first,
so iconic.
First thing I think of when I think of the 90s is grunge. That's the
no other decade sounds like that.
No, it was an event because the 80s was so over the top, ridiculous, men dressed like women,
with and that whole hair metal or
glam metal. So this like took that over. There, people were like, we're tired of this. So like overnight, literally overnight on MTV, the Smells Like Teen Spirit video comes out and like just destroys all the 80s glam metal. Like I don't think that could ever happen again to any genre at any given time. Like this with social media. Yeah, it was huge. I mean, it was huge. It was like, we're sick of this. This music isn't real. This doesn't represent real life. People don't actually get to live like that. Like, let's talk about real stuff. Let's talk about mental health. Talk about
what grunge delves into is, real stuff, depression, broken homes, a lot of that stuff. Like, not all of it's super depressing, but it's like,
it's
a
real
lot of crap that you did with. And then, later in the decade, it feels like, especially with nu metal, it starts getting to the whole, rebelling against, authority and stuff like that. With some, it feels like that was a little bit more nu metal, unless I'm like getting my bands mixed up.
We need to. Nu metal was kind of weird because like it's a genre where like every single person in it sounds different. Like nobody really. It like Limp Bizkit does not sound like Linkin Park. You know what I mean? Like
it don't sound like what Slipknot.
Slipknot doesn't.
Table on Death.
It's technically a nu metal band, but comparing Slipknot to Linkin Park, like none of them you know what I mean? It was just like a blend, and it's the same thing grunge because like if you compare Alice in Chains to Nirvana, like they're they don't sound the same at all.
But would nu metal deal more with the type of music that you're actually playing, not how you're singing it, but the
it's more the rap, like adding in the rap element too. That's what
it's like a mixture of rap rock. And then there's another, I can't remember the name of the genre that was, I think, bigger in the early 2000s, but it dealt with a lot more. I can't remember the name of it, but it dealt with like songs that had a lot of brass in them, like trumpets and trombones and stuff like that.
Oh, you're talking about
genre. That was a really niche, really short.
Yeah, like Sublime and
yeah. It's like randomly there's like, let's add some trumpets into a pop or rock song or something like that.
Well, it was like it was a spinoff of punk. So it like ska. That's what it is, ska.
Oh yeah. Which is really weird, but apparently
I'm not a fan.
I dug into it later, but apparently that was supposed to be third wave ska because
first wave is like 50s.
Down in like with Jamaica, and then it went to Britain in like the 80s, and then it came to the US in a different way or something like that. It's supposed to be just like the instruments that you're actually using.
Yeah, because like that
a bunch of weird
third wave of
they've died out.
Yeah, that third wave of ska really like came from like the punk scene. Like so Sublime, like came from the punk scene. And then there's Rancid, which did ska as well, which is just straight up punk ska. Like no getting. They do straight up just punk songs and then like ska punk. Like that's a whole like subgenre of its own. But but ska is like old and people don't think it is. But it's really interesting. The subgenres of music I've always found like fascinating. There's so many subgenres. Nu metal is such a weird one where it's got like this massive, gigantic revival for nu metal. Like you go on, if you're on like TikTok and you're doing any of the music stuff, like it is absolutely exploding again. Like it's very popular, especially the band. What band is it that girls really like right now? Deftones. Deftones is like extremely popular, and like back in the day, they weren't really like a overly popular band, but now they're like known as like this sexualized sort of band because lyrically they have like a lot of those themes and stuff. Like some of it's
Yeah.
actually kind of weird. Like they've got some very they have a song that nobody talks about this, but they have a song where they like straight up say the N word in it. Um, like like
Very edgy.
well, I mean, so does Guns N' Roses' first album. There's a song that says the N word on it too. Uh, yeah, very weird. But I just like typed it in. It says so. Apparently, people on TikTok are trying to cancel Deftones. But yeah,
Good luck with that.
yeah, it's the
I've got
revivals of certain music is fascinating to me.
Have you ever listened to Japanese metalcore?
Yeah, I don't like metalcore in general. Not if
I wasn't a big thing, but there were two specific bands that I'd say I kind of like listening to periodically. It's Crystal Lake and Cold Rain. They're the only two that I really care.
I know
about in the genre.
I know Crystal Lake. I've listened to a good bit of it. I just don't like metalcore.
Well, I mean, it's Cold Rain. It's one of those weird things that I heard, like, oh, Cold Rain's like a Japanese metalcore, but all their songs are in English, so it's kind of like that's really weird.
yeah.
But like the whole metalcore, I stumbled into it like what 2 years ago at this point, a year ago, randomly.
I mean, that really started with bands like Killswitch Engage and Avenged Sevenfold and
Like I
Lamb
listened
of
to some of them,
God.
but I was never me myself never big into metalcore.
See. What's weird is
I've
it's
listened
interesting.
to some bands, but it
I
was never like my go-to.
I music was like never really a thing that we like talked about or anything. Like it was not
I've never
like
been super big into it.
yeah. I
But I mean,
don't
you
remember
listen to
it.
music periodically.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like shocked when you were like, "Oh, I listen to Sabaton," or I was like, "Oh, I didn't know you liked music like that." That
I
was very
randomly stumble into music.
yeah, no, that's
This
cool,
is
man. I
outside
mean,
of like the half music that I feel like I listen to at this point's just J-pop, which is super generic.
well, see, I knew you for that. Do you remember the song "Kissy Kissy"?
I don't know.
Look it up. You'll remember it pretty quick. I want to say we were in 7th or 8th grade. And it was very popular, and people were playing it like they would play it on the fake like DDR on PC and
This is what's became of what Nightcore spanned out of. What's it called? Is it? It's more like
I don't.
that club type music.
Yeah, it's like very much so, very much so. I don't know what you would call it, but I remember that for some reason that song was popular. I don't remember why, but
it's like it's very similar to if you ever listened to like Eurobeat, how that's it's like it spanned out of like Euro disco, which comes from disco, which is really weird, but it came to the US as like something else. But it essentially it's that genre music, but it's split.
huh. Yeah,
That's weird.
yeah, I was trying to think. There was something else. What was the other music thing I was gonna bring up? That can't remember. There's another interesting subgenre that's kind of made a revival, and I can't remember what it is. But yeah, I never got into metalcore very much. There was a few of like the first wave bands that I kind of liked.
It feels like it's more like dance club music. It's feel like what it became. Or no, not metalcore, but the other thing we're talking about. Sorry, I got where we're mixing that.
Yeah, it's definitely like
genre.
It's like definitely like club music. I don't know what this specific genre you would call it, but it was very weird. I know that it was in a video game too. I can't remember what, but I feel like it was just DDR. I can't remember.
You want to know what's something weird? And I don't think I ever heard the song, but you remember the song "Teenage Dirtbag" by Wheatus, right?
Yeah.
Funny enough, and this happened only like 5 years ago. It wasn't until I watched a HBO series called Generation Kill that I got hooked on that song. Or I ever heard that song before. Oddly enough,
I don't.
like, it's a weird way. Like I'll watch a show, they'll sing a song. I'm like, how? And I go back and I listen to a song. I'm like, how did I never hear this? How do I watch a show that came out even when I was still a kid, that a song that I should have listened to growing up that I never did. Like, it's so weird sometimes how stuff happens.
It really is. Like I tell people this all the time. I will watch or listen to podcasts on people, or especially music, because I'll be honest. Like I've talked about it, but I don't consume a lot of like gaming YouTube. Like I try specifically now to keep up with
Oh,
certain things, but most of what I watch on YouTube is music related, right? Like on my other channel.
I guess
And
that's the bottom. Well, I listen to a lot of music, like on YouTube Music, just because I drive
well,
a lot and stuff like that. So I try to download different stuff that way I'm not constantly listening to the same like 50 songs over and over again.
yeah, I'm struggling right now on Spotify to find different stuff because that I do find myself listening to the same bands and stuff all the time. So like I'm trying. I go on at the new release Friday and listen to the new stuff every Friday.
I don't really care for like like most new music now. I just
Well,
don't care for.
it's always from bands that are old bands like
Yeah.
that put a new album out. Like I want to find new music and new bands that I like, and I do sometimes, but not that often. And I don't like that. I don't particularly like that. I want new music, but here's what I do. I don't know if I'm a weirdo in that I like to listen to podcasts or interviews on bands or like singers I have no interest in at all. That I don't like their music, but for some reason I just like to hear people talk and like hear their story and like and I'll have zero interest in the band or singer and don't like them at all, but like we'll listen to podcasts with them. Like there's people on like Joe Rogan that I've listened to and have no interest in. There's people on I don't know, there's a ton of music podcasts that I listen to. I'm like I don't like this band at all, but let me listen to like the big metal bands right now are like Sleep Token and I don't like any of them. What's one with Will Rain? Trying to think here. Will Ramos. I don't know. It's like three big. Lorna Shore, and there's one other one. They're like the three biggest metal bands right now, and I don't like either three. I don't like either of them, but like this guy Will Ramos, the singer for Lorna Shore. I like went through a rabbit hole of listening like three different podcasts with this guy, and I have zero interest in their band. I don't know why I do that. I just and like I find myself consuming more like music, like podcasts and interviews type stuff than I do listen to music. If that makes sense. Like I
Yeah, a
especially
little bit.
love, I especially love to like listen to like the beginnings or the lore of how like for instance black metal, like how it spawned and started, and I go down a rabbit hole, listen to a bunch of band interviews or podcasts with people from that genre, or I think it's probably besides grunge is like my favorite genre right now. Um, so like
Trying to
I
find something because there was because I started watching like YouTube like history of videos, and you start going down a rabbit hole. That's kind of what happened with like new metal and grunge. I started listening to it, and then a random video pops up like, oh, this is history behind this person or this band or something like that. Because I watched one of them about the or it's like, oh, the I can't remember her name, but the chick behind the song "Zombies" from
oh the
uh
Cranberries.
the Cranberries, like, oh, like what happened to her, and I didn't know she passed away like
Yeah, that was only a
like
few
10
years
years ago.
ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
but I start going down that stuff. It's like, oh, this is what happened to this band, or this would happen to this person, or this is like how this got popular, and then kind of how it kind of went away.
I'm interested in the behind the scenes stuff and like people. Like I'm interested in
Yeah,
people, if that makes sense. Like I like to listen to people and their point of view and take into consideration all this stuff because I'm not biased by any sort of thing. So I just like to hear like, backstory, like learn about these people. Why did they make the music they do? Like what got you into it? Like I get very fascinated on understanding the origins of a band or a singer and where they started, and then you learn like this guy was actually in like three other bands I listened to and I didn't even know, or stuff like that.
yeah, because I'm sitting there like, because I can't find it, but I watched something on like, hey, this is like, I went to the background of the whole how Everclear started and got popular, and then kind of
Oh
died
God.
off, especially with that lead singer and stuff like that.
Yeah, not a big fan. I like a couple of songs, but
I think he's got
uh,
like a handful of good songs, but
yeah, I mean, he was like originally a rapper. All right, isn't that the case?
he's done a few different genres. Like he's bounced around. Or yeah, it
Definitely,
was
definitely big
Rock
for
and Roll
that.
True Stories was the YouTube channel. It's like Evercade, what
Yes,
happened behind
yeah,
Santa Monica and Father of Mine, stuff
yes,
like that.
yeah. Those
Then I went down
that's
a rabbit hole. Then it was like, oh, behind the Blink 182 nurse, and then Tragic Story of the Cranberries, and then yeah, just like
I love
you go
that
down a rabbit
channel.
hole.
That's what I'm talking about. I love that channel. There's a whole I'll suggest you a channel. Actually, I'm trying to think of what it's called. Let's see.
I mean, because you start going down the rabbit hole, and then all of a sudden, oh, here's a recommended video, and you're like, oh, okay, like oh, I remember that band or that song. Or I remember some songs they did, and then it's like, oh, here's some other songs and stuff.
You were talking about grunge. I'm trying to think of what this. I'm trying to find
Yeah,
what
because I
this.
think it was back in Sunday when I started watching some of these on YouTube, and then I just went down that whole rabbit hole of grunge and new metal and '90s, 2000s music as a whole, pretty much.
If you care about like the people involved in in this genre and bands, you'll really like this channel. I'm trying to find it here, but um, yeah, I love that stuff. I love to learn and um okay, the channel if you want to save it, it's called Soundscapes Rock, and they do some new metal stuff, but it's primarily like grunge, especially it's like Nirvana heavy. But they do other videos and stuff. But like I watch every single one of their videos, and like really, if you go in the backstory, man, like like for instance, Lane Staley, the singer of Alice in Chains, and Kurt Cobain, their backstories are some of the most interesting and like troubling and like it's dark, it's really dark, you know what I mean, for them. Like that's why they were so relatable. Like their lyrics were just the truth and just honesty and like what everyday people go through. And sure, they had their vices, but they made some of the best music ever, the most relatable and heart, in my opinion, heartfelt music ever, especially Alice in Chains. They really dove into that. Like I mean, you listen to Down in a Hole or Nutshell, like you watch that. If you watch that MTV Unplugged version of Nutshell, that will bring a man to tears, like literally. Just that was close to one of his, if not the final performance live. I can't remember of him, and he died just a few years later. But like the whole story of him, like how they found him, like he was deceased for they think weeks before somebody found him, and he went in a rabbit. His girlfriend passed away, and he just lost it to depression,
That's rough.
yeah, it's crazy. And like the whole Courtney Love and Kurt stuff, like the whole backstory of everything there, and like his life story, and he lived in a logging town, a blue collar logging town, so he was like completely sort of outcasted and completely different and went against the grain of where like he lived. It's just very interesting. I don't know if you know, but right now they're actually doing the people are trying to save the bridge in Aberdeen. I don't know if you know about that bridge. He sings about it in um Underneath the Bridge. But like sings about it, like how he was homeless and would sleep under and live under there, and there's a bunch of like murals of him and like all over the entire thing, right? It's like people go
Yeah.
there to see this bridge, and there's like a whole like I don't know what you call it, like movement to try to keep it saved. It's like breaking down, like literally falling apart. So they're
Yeah,
like
I think
trying
I
to
pulled some
figure.
stuff up. It looks like a really old, decrepit bridge. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, so they're like trying to figure out what, because of the history um of that and everything, like they're yeah, it like this is
I mean,
very recent.
it's one of the but that's. I mean, I get the nostalgia, but there's also you deal with bridges and like it's a safety issue. Like bridges have to be like rebuilt and fixed and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I feel like there's a
You know, you
way
know they
to
closed it
restore
down.
that while still being able to keep, because some of that stuff was from, like immediately after he died, where people memorialized him and have his giant mural on there. Like, what do you do? You know what I mean? It's like breaking down unsafe, but like you can
Probably what's gonna
never.
happen is whoever's in charge is just probably not gonna care. Like, we're sorry, but for safety, we have to tear this down and rebuild it. Which is probably what they're gonna end up doing.
It, I
But
and so,
it's unfortunate.
the song "Something in the Way," man, that's another. It's just holy crap. That hits you right in the feels, man. You listen to that, you can hear in these people's voice like the pain, dude. It's just unreal. Like, I just can't think of a more relatable genre of music where you sing about real life and not partying, and it just like real life. I like stuff that's relatable and real. You know what I mean?
That just feels something weird because I think it's right there in that '90s, the early 2000s. You really got a lot of that music. I guess you could probably go back to the late '80s to like the early 2000s, where music was like super down to earth, relatable. For it was kind of like some punk pop, unrelatable to what it is now, just superficial music. Which is like, for whatever reason, especially in the '90s, it just music got really down to earth. Whether it's between like grunge or even your more regular music
Yeah.
to like all the way to a lot of the rap music that came out in the '90s was really down to earth, like real stuff people were going through, and it
Oh
seems like
yeah.
that
I mean,
that
I'm
that
the same
style
way.
of
Yeah,
music's
with
just kind of
'90s
gone away.
rap. I mean, like, they were rapping about stuff that was really happening in the streets, like real
Yeah,
stuff. These people, these people died. Tupac and Biggie died, got shot because they're talking about real life. Like, they were really.
like where the music was involved, like especially with the rap where it was real life. But even deal with Eminem, it's just a lot of stuff that he sung about was stuff that he went through growing up and stuff like that inspired a lot of his music. It's just a
I
time when music was so much about what was going on or what you were kind of like experienced and stuff like that.
I want you, when you get time, like you're working or something, go back and kind of listen to the history of Eminem. It is insane, just absolutely
I mean,
crazy. If you go
his
back to
history is
like
crazy.
some of his lyrics, oh god, you could never do it today. Never. Like, you
No, it's
can't
crazy.
cancel Eminem, but like, like crazy stuff like
I think one of his most, looking back now, like one of the songs that really hits you is the what's it? It's is it Stan? Where it's
oh
about the dude that wrote him and stuff like that,
yeah,
and
Stan. Yeah.
the whole
Yeah,
that
that's
whole
a very
Mustard
like
situation.
emotional song, yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
But if you look up like some of the lyrics about him when he's talking about Kim, his ex-wife, and like the whole, why I say to go back and like listen to the history, because you'll see that they like got back together like 50 times, and then like some of the crazy stuff that happened during that time period. And his Eminem's daughter has a podcast now, so like you get to hear some of that stuff from her perspective. Like,
As the actual like child in a
she was
messed
old
up
enough.
life.
Yeah, it was just absolutely crazy. And like, mom was very unstable, then he would be unstable, but like he was sort of the most stable but still had issues. She was, you know what I mean? It was like,
Yeah.
can't even imagine. He's on tour, mom's at home on drugs, and stuff like that. It's just like these people's backstories are just so relatable and real. It's just insane. But we've also we want our whole music. I'm glad we got to talk music though, because that's, other than video games, that is my favorite thing.
I
So
want to try to pull up some chat we hadn't talked about in a second before we went
yeah.
on. I was trying to figure out where we were last at. I know we just got really into it, and I was like, oh wow,
Hey,
I
there's
didn't
nothing wrong
realize
with
we
that.
kind
Nothing wrong
of
with that.
ignored it. I know Mr. Coffee had a lot of comments. I can see that how many anime music videos use that song. I don't know if we're talking about like Nightcore or some other stuff, but I do remember like early on, like especially in high school, how people would do a lot of they called it AMVs, anime music videos. They just take some random song and put it on top of whatever anime they were kind of doing. That was a period in YouTube that's long since kind of died out. You mean good music before all this auto tune crap? Yeah, auto tunes. I mean, I guess I get it, but it's not. It'd be
There was a
ideal. You
couple.
want something more raw.
Yeah, I'm not a fan in general, but there's a few people I think in the early 2000s that did it right. Even Eminem used auto tune at times, but In general, I'm not a fan.
Yeah. I remember, I think it was Poison lead singer said, as soon as I heard Smella, like I knew we were out of a job. The whole turn in the whole genre. I think he's talking about is it, at least the quotes. I assume the quotes referring to the "Smells Like Teen Spirit."
Oh yeah. There's a lot of people
the
that talked
turning of
about
genres.
that. Yeah, there's actually like Guns N' Roses tried to do a grunge album, and who else? There's another Motley Crue tried to do a grunge album.
It's just not their style.
No, they tried to follow the trend, and it just didn't work. So
Yeah. You're saying Dokken, Temple of the Dog.
Dokken.
Dokken. I don't know.
That's
if
a
you
good
know
band.
that.
Yeah, good band.
Okay. But that isn't new. Remember years before nu metal, we had Aerosmith and Run DMC collab. That was huge. What did they collab on? Because I remember both of those.
Who
Run
was
DMC
it?
And Aerosmith.
Oh yeah. Walk This Way. Walk this way.
I had no idea it was a collab.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that's like I probably heard of it, but I had no idea like what it was or some like bands collabing and some other stuff. Listen to Adarashi Gakko Tokyo Calling. It will blow your mind. Or listen to. Definitely have to put that on the list. My list to it tonight. That group has Get Around. That group has Get Around, but their styles are. Oh yeah. No, I know what you're saying. Zap, Zudo Slushy Mewtwo. I'm sorry I butchered that name. Apologize. What's your favorite band? Do you have a favorite band?
Yeah, it's a tie between Alice in Chains and Nirvana for sure. I can't pick between the two, but those are my two favorites.
Single favorite band, because what would have my favorite 10 years ago would be different, 5 years in today. It feels like my taste, but my all-time favorite song will always be Smash Mouth, or All Stars by Smash Mouth. They only have a handful of good songs.
Do you remember when that song? I loved it because they played it in the Digimon movie. Do you remember that?
I do, but that's not where I first heard it from. I don't remember.
That's where I heard it first, and I still love that movie. Like I watched it again a few years ago with my daughter, and it holds up.
I don't remember. I very vaguely remember this. I don't remember if this is when I first heard it, but I do remember like the first memory that I still have that I can remember is I think it was in really young elementary school back when I lived in Athens, Ohio. Was doing some Cub Scout event when I was in that thing, and we did some I'm trying to think of what you would call like some kind of karaoke, and that was the song, but you dressed up, acted a certain way. I don't man, it's talking about stuff that's like 20 years old. But I remember doing something like that, but it was to that song. But ever since then, I just know I've absolutely loved that song, and I don't know why. It's one of the earliest songs that I can remember liking, and I've just always stuck with it ever since.
It's super cheesy. It's a nostalgic song, but I don't know that I would even put it in my top 100.
It's a personal favorite song. It's a song that I will always absolutely love.
I like it for the being in the Digimon movie, which is like crazy. It just like kind of it was this Japanese movie that got brought over here and had an all-star in it.
Video of that song, which is crazy how many well-known actors are in that music video.
Did you know the singer passed away? Did you know the singer passed?
I did not.
Yeah, he passed away about a year ago, I think.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, he had
no, but go back and watch the Smash Mouth's All-Star music video. There's so many big names in that music. It's weird, especially for like a music video.
Well, there's a Limp Bizkit song that's really interesting where it's got like 15 different famous people in it. It's got Eminem in it too. But I don't know if you know there was like a whole beef between Eminem and Fred Durst, like a massive, like they hated each other. But he was in his music video, and like Eminem goes and disses him in a rap song, like later after that music video came out. Like I can't remember exactly what, but look, I will be honest. I have stated this many times. We don't have anyone. I can't think of anyone in music that brings that beef or fun to rock and roll or rap anymore, where there's like some sort of tension or rivalry, or we don't have like a front person that's like bigger than life that like really represents rock and roll. Like, I guess kind of Corey Taylor, but there's no like big personalities that I can think of like we used to have. Because like Lane Staley and Kurt, and then you think of like Axl from Guns N' Roses. Like, you had these bigger than life characters that were like, whether they were real or just, fought with people.
Tried to like rein that in. They just want something that just sells. They don't want all that extra stuff happening.
They would sell if all the extra stuff was happening. The rap beasts were the best thing ever. The whole Biggie Tupac thing was, I mean, it made some of the best songs came out of that. And like,
but they put it into their song and like calling other people out and stuff.
I miss that. I miss that. We need some either violence back or some sort of rivalry or somebody bigger than life to like come out of these two genres and like really captivate people again. No, I feel like I can't think of anybody since the nu metal era that's really like been a character like in the front of rock or anything like that besides maybe Corey Taylor maybe would be like the biggest one I can think of. But like, as soon as he like got sober, he wasn't really like that out there sort of acting crazy kind of guy that we sort of need for these genres to like be interesting and captivate people. Like, oh man, this dude's crazy. Like, you see the stuff that he's, and I always think back, and it's not even music, but I think back to like Steve-O before he got clean. Like, holy crap, he represented a whole generation of people too in a different way. In a different medium and different capacity. Like, Jackass just absolutely was obsessed.
I think it showed a little bit. I think it was, I can't remember exactly what happened, but I think it was like an episode of, like an older episode of like Family Guy where they kind of parodied that stuff where it's like, hey, so-and-so, you hear this person that dropped a new song? You gotta listen to it. You just called you out. You gotta get in the studio and make a new song type thing. But it like encapsulates a really G version of what essentially happened, but it's just kind of like, that's kind of like what I feel like that's what fueled a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, and then like we also had, MTV actually played music videos, and you also had Beavis and Butthead that like shined a light on all of these. Like, that was a whole premise of like they would play like a death metal band. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, these guys are sick. Oh my god," you know what I mean? Like, just, and then they had Nirvana and was like making fun of Kurt Cobain in the Smells Like Teen Spirit video, and yeah, like we don't have that anymore. And music is so accessible now that it's like, how do you have a couple of people that like really stand out, like that, people, whether you like the genre or not, universally think of? Like, if you think about, like, you don't have to like rock at all and everybody knows who Kurt Cobain is. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to even be in the music, and like we need those people again.
And I have to bring it up just because you brought it up. Did you watch the movie that came out in 2022, Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe? Have you seen that movie?
I actually have not, even though I should have. I don't know why I haven't.
A movie. I think it was on Paramount. Paramount Plus.
My uncle showed me Beavis and Butthead when I must have been.
That was definitely a show
my parents
would have not let me watch.
Yeah.
But I went back and watched it now. I'm like, this is so stupid and funny at the same time.
Yeah, it's very, very, very stupid. But yeah, my uncle showed it to me. I was very young. Definitely was not allowed to watch it. But he was like the one that showed me. He like introduced me to like Tupac and
music you shouldn't be listening to young, or like,
yeah,
literally as a kid.
And NWA. Yeah, he
I went back and re-listened to Limp Bizkit's Nookie. I'm like, this, oh my god, like, how did I ever get away with listening to this as a kid? Like, this is so inappropriate. Like, if my parents ever heard me listen to this, like, I would have.
That's why we loved it. That's why we loved it. Rebellious.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's why we love this stuff. We need that back. We don't have that anymore. It's just not
the whole rebellious style of music just doesn't exist anymore.
It's not, and we need it. We need people to go against the grain, challenge things, and be different, not in a stupid way. You know what I mean?
Now my taste is, Yeah, sing me a metal song about some World War II battle. That's really what feeds my veins now.
I we
I'm
just
sorry. Sabaton's in my top 5 favorite bands as of right now. In 10 years, that might change, but absolutely love that band.
yeah, I like Sabaton too. They're not my favorite, but I do like them. I do like them. They've got some pretty good bangers, I would say.
Yeah.
So
They
we
got a whole bunch of. Have you seen the HBO documentary Woodstock '99? Peace, Love,
yes.
and Rage.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, you should watch that. Limp Bizkit starts like one of the biggest riots ever.
Oh, I remember hearing about.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. It's like,
And
I'm
then they
sorry,
get
you think
flown out on a
Woodstock?
helicopter.
You don't think Limp Bizkit and Woodstock? It just doesn't go together. I
No,
get Woodstock's just the name for the music festival, but
not what you
that's
think
crazy.
of. Yeah, it was one of
You said
the
I'm like, oh,
craziest
I've never
riots
seen.
and things ever. But yeah, the documentary is insane. Insane. The stuff that happened there. Have you ever seen the video of Green Day at Woodstock and they're getting the mud thrown at them while they're on stage? And just
I
everybody's.
feel like I might have.
Oh,
I'm just not sure.
that's a good one too. And they're like getting pissed off and getting mud thrown all over their guitars and drums.
It's a weird band because I don't feel like either like them or you hate them. Like there's no in between with that band.
I absolutely love their early stuff. They
liked them.
lost me after like American Idiot. Anything after that, they lost me.
I feel like I liked them in high school, but now I'm like I just don't care about any of them to go back and listen to any of their music now. Like I don't know. Maybe it's just like it's just hard to go back and relate to it, or just feel like it's not the same. But
The old music I feel is very relatable. A lot, especially just the lyrics in general. But if you're listening to like Dookie, like their earlier stuff, American Idiot and anything after that, I don't care for. That was like the emo phase, like weird.
No, but you think of like the whole American Idiot, the Boulevard of Broken Dreams, some of the other stuff that came out around that time. I can see the music video, but I can't think of the name of the song.
Wake Me Up When September Ends.
Yeah, like that. That's what I think of when I think of Green Day.
See, I don't. I don't. I think of like Dookie and their because
like
that came out in '94.
Didn't that genre transition? That's when you started getting the whole emo in high school. Like you get the hair over the eyes.
It was part of it. Yeah.
It's not a phase, mom. Like that's what I start to think of.
That album,
like
yeah,
stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, like
I late 2000s to like 2010s.
I loved them, and see, I always like Green Day, and I say it's in my top 5 bands, but for their early stuff, like the first 5 albums, I absolutely love that whole discography. But when they moved to American Idiot, it's like an entirely different band, like just totally different
genre.
Yeah, it's just different. But I liked that in middle school a lot, and I went to middle school, and wore a red tie with the black shirts, like they did in Stupid Music. That. Yeah, I bought a clip-on red tie, like an idiot.
So would their no, I guess their Basket Case would be their earlier stuff, but their Boulevard, their 21 Guns that's just a little bit more emo. I can see the difference. Like when I came around,
different. Yeah, When I Came Around is amazing.
I'm going back through some of the songs. I'm like, yeah, I can definitely see the difference. Like once you got into like, it's that 2004 American Idiot albums where they really changed. Is that what you would say?
100%. Yeah, I feel like everything after American Idiot was it's almost like a different band to me.
Yeah, I feel like I listened to them, but for a really short time. It was never a band I was ever super into.
Yeah, I love, like, Dookie is one of my favorite albums ever. Like that's there aren't that many albums where I can listen to it from front to back and not skip any songs, and that's one of them. Like that's a no skip for me. I'll just listen to the whole, and it's short and sweet, like 32 minutes. Listen through the whole thing. Probably do it every other month, something like that. I just love it.
If you're thinking of that whole emo era of like music, would you think of like My Chemical Romance as like the poster child for that mid 2000s emo music, emo phase type stuff?
100%. Couldn't stand it personally, but
I thought they had I didn't hate like the Black Parade, but it's not a song I could just listen to whenever. But it's like
I
essentially that's what I think of when I think of emo music. Is like that's like the poster child of a song for the whole emo phase era.
I feel like that 100% is that's kind of what launched the whole thing. I feel like they were definitely the most popular to do that genre. Especially the welcome. It didn't
go back and look.
But now they've got the festivals for that stuff. That what's that big giant festival that brings back all of those bands? That entire era. Oh, when we were young festival. If you look up the lineups for it,
Coachella, but I'm like, I don't think that's the right one.
No, look up
current stuff.
Look up When We Were Young festival, and you'll see it'll bring back a flood of memories with these bands. Very very expensive.
It's now for the one in October. Oh yeah, of course it's in Vegas.
Yeah,
Fall Out Boy. I never cared for Fall Out Boy. I'm sorry. I think they had like one good song that I liked.
Yeah,
it's I absolutely didn't care for.
It's all these like, oh my, general admission is $325.
I was trying to actually pull up the music, but it's just a really small image of some bands.
Just look up like lineup like 2023 or something like that, and you'll see like even Green Day played it. I think the 2023 one. It was like, here, I'm looking at the flyer now. It's like yeah, Green Day, Blink 182, Sum 41.
I guess the one for this year.
Good Charlotte, The Offspring.
They have the All American Rejects, which they had like one really iconic song. What's it? Move Along?
Yeah. And the they had that other one. What's it called? They had two, I would say,
you see big. It, and I just can't think of it.
They had two big singles.
Jimmy Eat World is a pretty good band.
I like them too.
At least for the one for this year, like I don't know like half these bands.
Simple Plan.
Like Against the Current, I've got no idea who that is.
You know Yellow Card, Ocean Avenue?
I might. It's kind of like We the Kings. Like I feel like I've heard that band before, but nothing immediately jumps to my mind.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. But like Bowling for Soup was there last year. Newfound Glory, which was one of the big ones.
2023 lineup.
Plain White Tees. Motion City Soundtrack, Gym Class Heroes, Pierce the Veil. A lot of bands that I did not like. I was not into. I liked the pop punk stuff. I was not into the I don't know what you want to call it, emo core stuff or whatever. I never got into it. It wasn't my thing. We absolutely trashed and dogged on those people in high school. I absolutely hated that music then. Now I'm much more open-minded, and obviously
you know a weird genre of music that I feel like was popular from the 90s to like the early 2000s before I feel like it just kind of died out. Was Christian rock, a weird genre of music that got popular.
Yes, especially like Christian metalcore. I mean, you had
like surprisingly got really really big. Like there were some decent, and obviously not all the songs were like always religious, but
I went and saw Reliant K.
Death was one of those big ones that came out of it.
Yeah, POD, Reliant K.
They had some really good songs.
That 1,000 Foot Crutch,
Skillet. Oh man,
Skillet.
Skillet. Sorry, I misspoke.
But then you get into the Christian metalcore, which I even played in a Christian metalcore in high school, and I wasn't a Christian. I mean, it was it was a thing. Like there was a 2-year period where that was like a fad, like to be a Christian metalcore band. So you had the screaming, the clean vocals.
Church was more of a thing when we were younger than it is now. Like it's kind of like died out, but it was more relevant. So it's kind of like, how do we relate to the youth? Like let's mimic a lot of what's kind of being, sung in general or something like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like some of the bands are able to splint out and do their own thing. Some bands just couldn't do it.
Yeah, that was like a whole thing. I mean, there was like the Christian rock, and then there was like the Christian metalcore. They were both like
We're going back and looking at like all the stuff. So I'm like, this was a weird thing that I feel like just doesn't. I mean, I think it's still Christian music. Obviously, is still around to some lesser degree, but I remember growing up, like it got really popular to some degree.
Oh yeah, it did.
Bigger than you thought it would. It would, at least as far as like at today. Like this could never break out and be massive like it was, in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Definitely had a weird
I was
period
looking
of
around a
time.
bunch of stuff, and that kind of popped. I'm like, oh my god, like I didn't even remember that.
We got Escalated Friends saying good evening, and has Mark talked about 80s music? You, you
We
brought
dabbled into
brought
it.
you brought it up a little bit.
I mean, I like 70s and 80s music, but it's not what I grew up listening to. It was, I mean, born in '93, so I was the epitome of a '90s baby essentially. But a lot of
Yeah,
what I heard was right around when I was born, but that was still played, growing up from like the late '90s, early 2000s. That whole era of music still kind of like followed around through when we were in school. Um, but I mean, I don't know as much about like '70s and '80s music outside of the handful of stuff I listened to, probably because my parents liked it.
yeah. I mean, there's
It was hard,
definitely stuff
especially
I
when we were
like.
younger. It was harder to listen to that if it wasn't like on the radio, or if your parents didn't buy like the CD to it or the cassette to it or something like that.
Yep, I agree. I agree. I mean, that's how I, heard a lot of stuff first was from people that introduced it to me. So,
I mean, and I like how everything, especially when the internet is really young or more or less doesn't exist, or it's in its infancy in the early 2000s.
uh, Lurgitus said, "Hey all, Scott here. What is your top bands then, Mark?"
Oh my god, I feel like that's hard because I just listen to music in general. Like I don't know, I can pull up, like I should pull up YouTube music to like what I listened to most recently. I mean, Sabaton is probably in my top 5, just because I listen to a lot of them now.
Yeah, they're
Uh,
good.
I just want to pull some stuff up because like I listen to it, but it's not like I
Just
always
check
listen
your
to it.
Spotify or whatever you listen to
I
on.
don't. I don't. I listen to YouTube music. It's not Spotify.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, that's like
All right,
that's like
that's gonna
being an
be.
Android user.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just easier because I already pay for YouTube Premium, so I don't have to deal with commercials. So it's just an easy lateral to YouTube Music.
Well,
I'm
while he
already
is
in their
pulling that
ecosystem.
up, if you are not yet subscribed on YouTube and are a audio listener, be sure to head over to the YouTube channel. We have also got memberships open, and I got some new merch up on a store. You can find that on YouTube or in the link in the description on any audio platform that you're listening on. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube Music. We are on all there. And if you rate us and leave a comment or follow, it helps out on all the platforms. So,
And I look through it, and it's just like some of these aren't bands. It's just like genre. Like, uh, for anybody that's ever watched like a VTuber, if you know what that is, like Hololive English. I listen to a lot of those songs, but it's not like a band. It's like individual like talents that make it. Like Mori Calliope, Callie, because her whole name's kind of hard to
I'm going to
pronounce.
grab a
She makes a
water.
lot of decent songs between a little bit of rap to a little bit of just generic rock. But I mean, she did some decent songs, especially speaking 2 different languages. It's kind of a unique way to listen to some songs. Trying to think of something real quick, and I didn't have it immediately pulled up. I can't think of the name of that genre now. It's killing me. So it's I think it's an 80 in the if you ever heard of city pop, I think it's not the band that you ask for, but it's more of like a genre, just because that's tends to be what I listen to more than specific artists. But I think it's 80s Japanese music is called like city pop. So I don't know how you really explain it, uh, but it has I guess it's kind of what you think. You think of like a 80s aesthetic with music, but throw in a little bit of pop music, of which you think a little bit more modern, and kind of like mix the two together. Obviously, it's in Japanese, so if you might not know what's being said, but it's got a really unique style to listen to. Um, I got really into Girls in Panzer, so I got really, for some weird reason, I got really into military songs, like marching songs from different countries. That was a weird few months that I got into that. Going back to what I said before, uh, there's a Hololive Ian member from the Hololive Advent generation, uh, and this talent did a cover of Gat for the Rizzler, except she called it Gat for No Rizzler. It's like a 30-second really weird song where she just rags on a bunch of other people or something like that. Obviously these aren't bands per se, but you're getting a weird taste of the music that I listen to. Pretty much any anime that I've watched, I tend to like the music to a lot of it. Like Kana Boon, it's a J-pop band. I think they're pretty decent. I've listened to, he's a rapper called Chris Webby. I think he's decent. I'm not as big into rap as I used to be, but he did a specific song called Solitaire, which I really liked. I also think it's kind of relatable, but it's more of like I like a very specific song from one person.
Does this bring back any memories?
What is it? Radio
U. Do you remember that?
No, it was like what 48.7 or something like that. It would be a little bit more familiar.
100.5. That Radio U was a Christian rock station. I don't know why it's so.
I thought it was 104.9 The River.
That was not. Yeah, that was like.
Mom listened to it all the time.
Yeah, we had to as well. The blue.
Funny. Which I think is funny because near me there's a radio station on 104.9. I don't remember what it's called, but it plays like old 80s, 90s pop music. 80s, 90s, 2000s.
104.9 now isn't The River anymore. It's a different thing. I haven't lived. No, Radio U was like specifically a Christian rock and metalcore station. They would play like the screaming stuff and.
No.
Yeah. So. Well,
I ended up hitting more songs or genres than actual bands as I was rolling through some of the music. I just listened to certain genres of music more than I do like specific artists, more often than not. But I'm just rolling through some different stuff.
Yeah.
There was a band called, I think it's Planet Jazz, which has done a handful of big band covers of some older Japanese songs. In English and stuff like that.
That's kind of interesting.
I don't know. I think the that old swing big band music is.
They tried to revive that for a minute, but it didn't.
It's just work. It'll never be popular. But I've always kind of liked that. I think the closest we got to making it mainstream was Michael Bublé.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think now he's known more for his Christmas songs. Everything else is kind of like gone away. Nobody remembers him for anything else.
Yeah,
but that whole big band, like I feel like I would like it to come back more because I like it a little bit, but I couldn't listen to it constantly.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't mind listening to it, but I wouldn't. It's not like something I choose to listen to all the time. But yeah, I mean it has its place.
Yeah, I'd say Cold Rain's probably up there top 10. I think the two of the big songs I like is Mayday and Feed the Fire. That's that whole Japanese metalcore stuff.
Interesting.
Are
you into baby metal?
When it was unique when it first came out, but if it plays, I'll listen to it, but I won't go out on my way to find it.
The fans are intolerable. I don't like the fan base. That's my problem with baby metal.
As far as like Japanese specific bands that I can think of, Rad Wimps. If you ever heard them, they're a pretty decent band, and they've actually done some of their songs in English before, which I think is pretty unique.
Yeah, that's cool. I like when bands do that.
They've done some songs they did the music to Your Name, but when it got an English release, they did all their songs in English for that actual release. Obviously, it's kind of clear that they don't English is far from a first language, and it shows. But it's really unique the fact that some bands are willing to cross language barriers. Obviously, it's one thing if it's like English to like Spanish, that's culturally that makes a lot more sense. But like very different languages like English and Japanese or English and I don't know if it's English and Korean. I know K-pop's really big I never got into it all that much. I don't think it's all that much different from J-pop, to be honest. It's just a little bit more
I know K-pop
sexy.
is super popular.
Yeah, especially with like because they got a lot of like girl bands, boy bands type thing
Yeah.
that was only popular in the U.S. like the early 2000s with like Backstreet Boys and stuff like that.
Is exactly. It's yeah. It's strange. What's the big one that I'm thinking of? The male one. There's one like
There's
one.
two. It was Backstreet Boys, and then it was
No,
else that I
and
can't think
you're
of.
talking about Backstreet Boys and
NSYNC.
NSYNC.
Yeah.
I meant the
But I-
K-pop band.
Oh,
There's like one really big one that had like an
Oh.
obsessive fan base.
I
It's
know
like
what you're
the
talking about.
it's like the Swifties, but
I can't remember the name of the band, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, I can't think of it either. But yeah, so we got Catching Daisy saying, "How's everybody doing? We're doing good, doing good."
Just going through random stuff on my YouTube music. Trying
Well, while you are doing that, I guess we'll go ahead and talk about another thing here.
I mean, we can move forward.
The
Part of it
directors.
was while you were gone.
Yeah, no, you're good. The directors of X-Men 97 reveal how anime influenced the show. Says two directors on the series revealed how their anime influences seeped into the show. It says incorporates anime influences, adding emotion and maturity to the action-packed animated series. And I will say, I can definitely see that because you can feel that. Like, it feels
how is it-
different.
It's kind of hard for it not to influence it at this point because it's so anime's gotten so popular, at least in pop culture.
Yeah, it says it was
Anybody that's watched it.
drew inspiration from 80s and 90s anime. Says despite challenges like budget limitations and diverse animator styles, X-Men 97 anime infusion enriches a series, driving its success, which is doing very, very well. People are. I am 5 episodes in, absolutely love it. I mean, it caught me. If it starts off right where the original series left off, but this has a bigger scope to it, where the original was a lot more episodic, meant to be a cartoon for kids, but this gives like massive character development and like real storytelling that's less episodic and like continuing. You know what I mean? Like the 90s X-Men series had that too, and that's what this is, just a continuation. But I feel like there's a lot more depth to the characters and the story arc and everything happening. So
Oh yeah, 100%.
it's been only a month since its premiere, and it's receiving enthusiastic reviews, pleasing Marvel fans everywhere. The creators of the animated series recently discussed some of their anime inspirations that shaped the show. It said in an interview, Eli Yanamura and Chase Conley discussed their favorite anime influences, and they emphasized their strong inspiration from the animation style prevalent in the 80s and 90s. Chase Conley, this is a quote: "I talked about that first off when we both were signed on. We said there's a lot that we want to take from the original series, but there's also much more from 80s and 90s animation. One of the biggest things that even Larry Houston talks about on the original was being restricted by budget. But then you go over and you look at the Japanese animation that was coming out at the time, and I'm sure that they were restricted by budgets as well, but look at them. Look at them. They're gorgeous." So, definitely, he brings up Ninja Scroll, which is one of my favorite anime movies ever. I can 100% see the connection there. That is a really good movie. Very, very brutal movie.
Oh yeah, but that's like the 80 like anime movies in the 80s were all brutal.
Oh my god, yeah.
Or a lot of them were.
They were crazy. Definitely not meant for kids, for sure.
Oh no, not even close.
We've also got so it's funny because we actually brought this series up earlier, but we got new screenshots for The Wolf Among Us 2. With the complicated development, fans who have been anxious for news about the game can now enjoy new screenshots. This game has been in development for a long time. A long time. Jeff Keighley confirms game in production at Telltale, showcasing updated UI and intriguing investigation scenes. Fans anticipate the return of Bigby Wolf in a new mystery, with the speculation of possible reveal at the 2024 Summer Game Fest, which I'm sure we'll be covering that. I would say that and the Game Awards are now the biggest events of the year. It says comics have left enough potential for plenty of other parts of the world to explore in The Wolf Among Us. It was first showed off in 2017 at San Diego Comic-Con. So it's been in development for a while. It's kind of crazy because it doesn't seem like a game that would require that much development time to me.
Yeah.
The nature of the game, I mean, it's not gameplay focused per se. But yeah, so we got some updates. It's been a long time, but if you're a fan, which I said earlier, there were 2 Telltale games I liked, and that was one of them. So we have also got, I guess we'll do my retro spotlight and then get into some of the bigger stuff with the Delta and all that jazz. But this week I wanted to spotlight Pandora's Tower. This was, so I was active in Insider 2 around this time, and this was right before I started writing for Nintendo Enthusiasts, but there was something called Operation Rainfall, and it was a fan movement to get 3 games translated and brought over here, and that was Xenoblade Chronicles, Pandora's Tower, and The Last Story, and all 3 got translated and brought over. So, like, if it weren't for that movement, Xenoblade may not be what it is now. Legitimately, that movement was like pushing to have these games over here. But it was published by Nintendo, and Xseed Games came out April 16th, 2013. It is a Wii exclusive, very, very fun game. So, short premise, while singing at Elvira's Harvest Festival, Alina is struck by a curse that forces her to flee the Illyrian army with Aaron. They are led by Mavda to the 13 Towers, with Alina having been partially transformed into a monster by this point. Mavda reveals that the only way to lift the curse from Alina and prevent her transformation is to feed her the flesh of masters. And so it's like this whole concept of this JRPG. But it was the campaign dubbed Operation Rainfall was launched with the aim of pushing for the North American release of those 3 titles. So if it had not been for that, which was huge, I mean, there was a gigantic petition, probably hundreds of thousands of, signatures trying to get those games brought over. It was a pretty big deal. But this is also now, this has not been ported to anything else, nor has The Last Story. So they're pretty expensive games on the Wii. But if I had a top 10 Wii list, Pandora's Tower and The Last Story would be in that list. So they're phenomenal, very unique JRPGs that are a ton of fun. So, have you heard of Pandora's Tower?
Haven't, no. It's pretty new to me.
Yeah, it's good stuff. So I guess we'll go and dive into the Delta iOS emulator. So I would say that was the biggest thing this week. I've still been seeing stuff all day about it. Have you gotten to check it out?
I saw it. I meant to get it, and I actually ended up downloading it earlier today. But I have not got around to actually using it. But wouldn't be the first time I've used an emulator on my phone before. This should just be the first legal emulator I've had on one of my phones.
So have you like seen any gameplay footage or anything of people using it or anything like?
Yeah, it seems to be working pretty well for like old what's it, like a Game Boy Color games?
Just Game Boy Color, GBA, Nintendo 64, and Nintendo DS. Is what it does.
Okay.
So
I feel like
and NES and Super Nintendo.
like if you're gonna be on mobile, like it makes more sense if it's gonna be like replicating like old Game Boy games. You know, the whole simplicity, because I don't know how multiple buttons with a touchpad would work.
Well, that's where like for instance, this comes in handy because I was using this to play some of those games. Now, like for the touch controls, you know, obviously I'm not particularly a fan, but they work very well. Like they have set that emulator up very well. They have spent good time on it. It works pretty flawlessly. But it's still that thing of
a lot of people probably aren't going to have a dedicated attachment controller for their phone.
Well, yeah, see the backbone would be like a really popular option. I've been seeing people do that, and honestly, like I've considered grabbing one because I think it would be kind of cool. Like I went straight to Nintendo DS because everything else I've got EverDrive for, but the DS I wanted to see how they did that with the two screens, and it works well. It works fine, and it doesn't look bad. You know, I could pull it up now, but I tested out probably 5-6 different games. I did a couple platforms, but I was most interested to see Nintendo DS, and it works well. I mean, I don't want to say I was shocked, but like it's a good emulator. They definitely put time into it. Of course, we're going to show you the best DS game, but yeah, I mean, like it works really well, and I'm pretty shocked at, you know.
I was just shocked when I heard it announced at all, because I'm like, technically, like, there's not an issue with the emulators themselves can exist with no issue, but it's like how you get and play the games has always been like the legal issue, because it's like nothing wrong with owning an emulator. It's the actual ROM was where you would technically get in that legal gray area, at least in the US. So I was kind of surprised they allowed it at all.
Yeah, I am too. There's only so much you can do because all of these ROMs are just like easily accessible on archive.org. Like that's just where I grab all of mine for the EverDrives.
Which is just why I'm surprised like Apple like okayed this.
The
ROM isn't the issue, or the emulator isn't the issue. It's the actual ROM themselves. But I assume this isn't going to be legal in Japan.
Yeah, so I can't. We might have to look this up to confirm, but I think I saw an article that you have to pay. It's some sort of law or something in Europe that they have to pay like $1.50 or something to download the app, while here it's free. But there's some sort of like legal thing there. I want to say that they actually have to pay for it. And then on Threads, I posted a video I did yesterday of Pokemon Heart Gold, and I had probably 15, 16 people ask, hey, I don't see it on my European store. Like, I don't see it. But I thought I read, I could be wrong, I thought I read that you have to, like, pay $1.50 for it or something.
What's it called again? Sorry.
The Delta emulator, iOS. But, yeah, I mean, like this is a very viable option for you to play because literally you just connect the controller too. I mean, if you got one of your things with the little kickstand there, and also you got to think like iPad, people that have an iPad, you can do it there as well. But it's a very viable option to play these games, especially if you're linking the controller. But this is how it looks if you do it sideways. So you got the DS sideways option too. So
it just feels like that, at least for the DS, it just feels like the screen's too small.
Oh, I got this is the biggest.
Like the phone screens just doesn't work for the DS screen, but maybe the DS screen was smaller than I remember.
Yeah, it was pretty small.
Well,
I mean, this is pretty accurate. 3DS screen's bigger.
Yeah, it's almost the size of my phone. It feels like, but that's like that's what I played recently. Like my old original red DS, the OG DS that came with the with Mario Kart, because I used to have the stickers you put on the red DS. Has long since like I think it's long since been in the trash. Like the plastic shell like snapped because
you should have sent it to me. So I could have did something
somewhere, but I do remember the eggshell not working because the actual the connectors, which are plastic, over the years have just worn
the hinges on it. Yeah, so people do this thing where when a DS's hinges break, they take that bottom screen and turn it into something called a Game Boy Macro. It's like a lot of people do it. It's like a little, you just basically it's GBA at that point. You just use the bottom screen.
Like, I can't remember what I did. Like, maybe I have it somewhere, but I'm pretty sure I just got rid of my old 3DS. I'm pretty sure it ended up in the trash.
That is a bummer.
The last, like, 5 years.
You should have sent it to me.
Yeah, but it was, to be fair, like, I got a 3DS, and I can play my old DS games on it, so at the time, it was like, I can still play my games, so I don't really care type thing. But it's like, I remember having the old original DS, because I had it when I got it, I don't remember what year I got it for Christmas, but I got it for Christmas with the OG when it came packaged with Mario Kart DS.
Yep.
And I still love that game. I miss the fact that you can't do pixel art anymore.
So, did you see that somebody revived PictoChat online?
I did.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Dedicated,
which is unique.
I mean, you could play PictoChat on here. Like, this has the DS.
To be fair, it just wouldn't be the same because it was one of those like. I mean, cell phones exist, but you're not going to have one. Like, you're still like a young kid, and you got the DS, and it's kind of like, hey, we're in the same room, or it's like late at night, so you just do PictoChat type stuff.
I loved it.
That's what I remember using it for.
I loved it. Yeah, I'm on here now. The PictoChat online.
Or you're doing something in a big room, and there's like 10 or 8 people at some event or whatever, and you all just get on PictoChat and just start doing whatever you're doing. So it's like 8 people like talking to each other randomly.
Dude,
just because you're in the proximity, it was great.
I loved it. Yeah,
but it's just one of those eras that like it'll just never come back. Like, the world's too different for it to really have that kind of like impact again.
It is, but we do have PictoChat online now, so I mean, there's that. Which I'm actually on the website right now looking at it. It's pretty neat, not gonna lie. But yeah, I mean, like, you can even do that, on here. This has like the home menu and stuff. There's a ROM for the home menu to play PictoChat, and
that's that OG operating system for the DS. It really takes you back.
I know, I love it. I loved it. But yeah, I mean, so the emulator's good. I like it. I'm a fan.
Is it hard to get ROMs on that?
No, I just go to archive.org. You can download the full package of all the DS games. You can do it for all those systems.
Essentially, it just works with the app, essentially.
Yeah, the only thing you'll have to do is you'll have to go in the menu, and I'll see if I can pull it up to tell you what it's called. But like, when you go in the menu, it's going to ask that you have to have these different cores to run the game. But if you just do a quick Google search, there's like a Google Drive that I got linked to that had all 3 of them that I needed to run the games, and it'll.
So it's still a little bit of stuff you have to do, but
it's
still pretty easy to get them to run.
It's easy, yeah. There's a couple of steps, but it's easy enough that it's not an issue. If you have any idea, a quick YouTube video or something, I don't even think you need to do that, but yeah, go archive.org. Literally download the full set of whatever. The file size, the biggest file size is going to be the DS. Like, if you download the full, and it's still, even then, it's not like anything crazy. If you download like the full set of Game Boy, it's like nothing.
Yeah, I know. Funny enough, you because you were saying it, I did pull up a YouTube video just because it was on the Google search, and there was some dude. I had it muted, obviously, but I just had to say, like, the second game that he brought up on his tutorial just happened to be Yoshi's Island, and I'm like, yeah, of course, that's gonna be like the second game you showcase on this tutorial.
Yeah, one of the games that I had that nobody talks about is Yoshi Touch and Go. Do you remember that game?
I don't think I ever played it.
It was one of the first I got. It wasn't the first. I remember. So I got the original DS before. I know what you're talking about.
I don't think I had this. I had the Yoshi's Island on the DS, but I don't think I ever had the Touch and Go.
Yeah, I never had the Yoshi's Island game, but I got the DS bundle because I got it that Christmas that it came out, and I got the Metroid Prime Hunter's First Hunt demo with it.
Yeah.
But I was really upset because I got a Game Boy Advance game and no DS game with my DS. So I got Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. I was like, I want a DS game to play my DS. So I took it back and got Spider-Man 2. Which I'm pretty nostalgic for that game now, but it's generally a pretty bad game. I
and
traded
I bring it
in
back up.
Chain of Memories for Spider-Man 2 on the DS.
That's a bad trade.
That's a terrible trade.
But oh my god, no. I just the more I go back, it's just like I think I'm 100% sold that the OG Yoshi's Island is probably my favorite game of all time. I don't think that's ever gonna change.
It's good. It's a good one.
I mean, I'm not. There's no way to get around the fact that there's nostalgia built in on that. But the fact that I can still go back and play it today, and I still struggle with it today more than I feel like I did as a kid, probably just because I played it more. But I'm just like, it's such an iconic game.
I wouldn't say I
Especially because it was one
struggle
of those
with it,
few-
but I love it.
There are some later stages that if you're trying to like 100%, it's a challenge. I don't know. It's one of those games. I think the Super FX chip helped that game a lot, but I'm just so nostalgic for that game. But I go back and play it, and I absolutely love it. Because I mean, they say you talk about nostalgia blinding your glasses, but I'm like, yeah, but there's some games and there's some movies I go back and watch, and nostalgia can't cover up the fact that it has so many problems. But this is one of those games that doesn't matter how much time passes, I go back.
Well,
and enjoy it
that's
every time.
a 10 out of 10 game. That's a perfect
100%.
game. It's a absolute
It
perfect
does
game.
everything right.
The controls, the way that it feels, just everything is
And the
perfect
fact
about
that
it.
You know, it's a simplistic story, but you know, it tells the story pretty well, and it's just, you know, I mean, there's a story in that era, but it's just like it's raw gameplay.
This is that Pokemon game I was telling you about. It's super expensive now. Came out when the 3DS was already out. Pokemon Conquest.
Well, I mean, you can play it now that, you know, going broke.
That's what I was telling people. I mean, like it's a, and then like it's a good way too that if you want to get the actual game play it on real hardware, you could try it here first and then go over to that. So I'm not personally like a big emulation guy, but like it has its place. I like FPGA. I like to play on original hardware. I will at all costs. However, the DS I don't have the R4 gold cart or anything for yet, so I don't have access to like all the games. But there's like a few games left. There's not a ton, but there's a few games left that, even though I already have a way to play them, that really have a deep meaning to me, and I'm trying to hunt those down. Spider-Man 2 being one of them, but Animal Crossing Wild World, I still don't have that yet. A lot of them are DS games, but Tetris DS.
We played a lot of DS games.
We played a lot of. I spent so much time on that system. I go back and forth on whether it's my favorite of all time because there's just every genre is on there.
It's my favorite handheld.
It's so good.
Just especially with the OG where you could still play GBA and Game Boy games on it.
Yeah.
For the DS, I took away the old GB, and then it kind of went away.
Funny enough, that's what I have as a DS. I actually don't have an original DS right now, so I want to. I need to find one.
I still have my Game Boy Color, my Game Boy Advance, and my Game Boy Advance SP. I just don't have my DS.
Let me grab this real quick, and I don't know if you've ever seen one before, but
double check. Just going down memory lane at this point. Looking good there, Brandon. Who you gonna call? Not me.
So, here is...
What is it exactly?
Well, here's my DSi. Okay. And then...
Really going back.
Hold on. I gotta make sure I have it charged.
So what is it exactly?
I'm gonna show you.
Turn it on. Oh, that really old small thing. It only played GBA games, right?
Yeah, it only plays GBA.
What's like the GBA Pocket?
Micro.
So many versions of the Game Boy Advance.
So this, and I have the EverDrive in there, but I can play Game Boy, GBA, Game Boy Color, Game Gear, NES, Neo Geo Pocket Color, and Sega Master System all on this.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and play the full library exactly the way the original cart plays. So I highly recommend.
The fact that you can stick all those games on that cartridge is even crazier.
And those are full libraries from every one of those consoles.
Yeah.
So But have you ever seen this either? Look, it has an OG Game Junction on
Oh
there.
wow, that's I'm about to say that looks really familiar. Then it's the OG PSP.
PSP Go. It's a digital only system.
Yeah, I remember seeing people with the PSP, but I never obviously I only had the Vita, much later. Like I got the Vita in like
Look at
2015.
the daggone OG Game Junction logo on there, though.
It's really old.
Yeah, dude. Good stuff. Yeah, it's a really neat system because you can hack it and pretty much add all PS1, PSP games on there. And I think I showed you the SD to Vita adapters, right? Because I want to mod
Yeah.
the Vita and the PlayStation TV. I got two of those. I just got to get the SD cards. It's just time doing it, man. Everything takes forever. But
Yeah, it usually does.
yeah, I figured I'd show those off. A couple cool things. All right, what else have we got? I know we got some.
Here's something small, but it came out earlier this week. Apparently, a live action adaptation of One Punch Man is moving forward with Rick and Morty co-creator Dan Harmon.
Interesting.
Yeah, so apparently, I think they said the Fast and Furious 9 director Justin Lin is supposed to helm it, but Dan Harmon's gonna be involved as well with it.
So, do you think this is good or bad? Because you have more experience with One Punch Man than me.
I mean, obviously by default, I'm gonna be skeptical, but it's just a superhero manga. Like it shouldn't be that hard to do.
A lot of things shouldn't be that hard to
his
do.
whole the whole gimmick of One Punch Man is he can just beat anybody with one punch. Like that's the whole. But he's also kind of monotone, bald. I think is part of his character, and he just doesn't care. Like being like popular isn't like what he cares about. He's trying to like live, earn some money, so he can buy his food and his games that he wants.
Yeah, see, I haven't watched this still. I know that's one that I feel
I don't
like
know
I
how they would
need
do
to watch it,
But
but
like it feels like the comedy comes. It's like the epitome of Japanese humor, though. So like I don't know how Hollywood's gonna change it because
I
it's kind of dry humor at times.
Who would they-
It's very dry humor.
who could you see casted as the role? Because I know the guy. I know like he's very like
no
kind of
idea.
melancholy, like right. He's just kind of sort of bland. He's
Yeah,
kind of
Fernando Benitez. The thing is, he's strong. He's not like super big. So I mean, you obviously think of like The Rock, but I think The Rock would be like too big. to
Oh
play.
yeah, that
Not that
sounds.
he would. I just think he's too big as far as what you see. He's just powerful. Uh, I don't know.
Yeah.
This is I don't know. I just feel like it's unnecessary to adapt it. Like just watch the OG
I feel.
anime or read the OG manga.
I
But
the anime adaptations of movies are usually they have a pretty bad track record too. There's I'm trying to think off the top of my head real quickly a good one, and I can't think of any right off the top of my head.
I have no idea. I mean, that's assuming it's
Like
still...
like a Gundam, a good Gundam live action shouldn't be that hard to do.
Well, I mean, technically they kind of did one. It's it's the mix between robots and kaiju. Obviously, it's not the same thing. It's
Pacific Rim.
Pacific Rim essentially
That
shows
is
you can
not.
do it.
I don't think that's even close to Gundam.
I like the first Pacific, but the problem
Jaeger.
with Gundam is, it's gonna be so much of that movie would have to be CGI.
Well,
Like it's such CGI because everything's like there's no way you build an actual mech and fight. Like it's
Oh, they've done
a
it.
movie like that would have to have money because it's kind of like the Godzilla movies. It
Well-
relies heavily on CGI.
Well, look how much they did Godzilla. They could do that. I mean, they could do that
But
if
would
they
do
did.
it good.
I don't know. Do they do any of the other anime movies good?
The problem is I don't want an adaptation for Gundam. Like I'd rather just watch the OG because I know you're gonna screw it up and it's not gonna live up to my the high expectations I have, especially with the Universal Century Gundam. You're never gonna live up to it, so why even bother? But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know. A
Even
lot
if
of
they
them I wonder
did
why
their-
they do. You know,
Even if they did their own thing, I just know I'm not gonna like it. doesn't matter how good it'd have to be a 10 out of 10 for me to probably like it, because I'm always I'm gonna have a preconceived notion of what I want, and it's not gonna be that. That's the problem with some of these adaptations from shows or games that I play. I'm like, this is never gonna live up to the expectation that I'm gonna want it to live up to. So like by default I'm against it, but it could be. One Punch Man can be done right. But so Cowboy Bebop could have been done right. It was like the easiest thing to do, and you still screwed it up.
Yeah,
so.
see that stuff like that is
For every Fallout 4 or The Last of Us, you get Dragon Ball Evolution, you get Halo, you get the one we just talked about. That I'm already blanking on the name again.
what
The adaptation we just said that was terrible, that I just immediately blanked on the name.
what? Yeah,
Quite literally just talked about.
I know. I'm trying to think. Well,
I
don't know.
Sometimes.
See, I mean, I'm doing it too. So, yeah, I can't even remember
names. I've always been terrible with names. But yeah, like with every good one, you get like a bunch of crap. So it's kind of like it's either gonna be really good or it's gonna be complete, utter dog shit. So I'm skeptical. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop. I don't know why I already.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Coffee. I know. Like we just talked about it, and I immediately my brain said, "Poof, it's gone. You don't need to know this anymore."
My brain does that too.
I do that all the time, and then it'll randomly come to me like 2 hours later. I'm like, "Oh my god!" But yeah, and then obviously there's you could go back further, but obviously how Hollywood adapts stuff's changed since the 90s and 2000s. But
yeah. Yep.
Even recently, it's either gonna be really good or really bad. I mean, I guess One Piece was okay. That's like the example of it's kind of down the middle where I'm like,
yeah,
it's not bad, but it just makes me want to go back and rewatch the original.
Yeah, it's okay. It's like it's not terrible.
Amazing,
it's not amazing, but it's not terrible.
Then again, I'm like, you could do One Piece right, but you couldn't do Cowboy Bebop. Like, what sense does that make?
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
And to be fair, I don't want to be mean, but I didn't super care for the Luffy actor in the One Piece. I don't think he was terrible, but
yeah,
I just didn't care for him. Then again, I've watched the OG anime, so I'm already kind of what I want to hear him, how I want to hear him speak. It didn't line up. But that's nothing against him. That was like more on me personally.
No, I didn't care for him too much either as Luffy. I didn't think he was a bad actor. I just felt like it kind of did. I don't know.
Like you did it right, but I just want to watch the original. Like that's kind of where I was at. But
yeah. Problem is the original is also super long.
Yeah, it also shortened up like that whole initial arc that it's kind of going over, which is like essentially it turned like what 20, 30 episodes into like 8 or however many were in that first season.
Yeah.
Which I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of fat in those episodes that could very easily be chopped off. But
100%. Yeah, it's I don't know.
I mean, we'll see if it actually comes to fruition. But I mean, we'll see. I guess it's either gonna be really good or it's gonna be really bad. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yep.
But I also am like, yeah, but like, who's asking for this?
Not me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I guess we'll see.
Yeah,
Only
so
time will tell at this point.
Well, we've also got, I know, all right, so this is not one that I know too much about, but I saw it multiple places online, so I figured we'd mention it. But long-awaited Yuri on Ice movie has officially been canceled, which was an anime film. It wasn't
long-awaited for me.
It was Mappa's film follow-up to 2016's Yuri on Ice, and the film was initially due for release in 2019 and delayed significantly since the announcement of the cancellation was shared via a post on X today. I feel like every bit of news is shared on X. That's the way they do it now.
Yeah, it's just easy. It's probably the easiest way. It's the platform that most people probably are on or follow, or it's the easiest to follow, even if you're not on the platform, but...
That's true.
Yeah, Yuri on Ice is definitely one of those shows that appeals to to not me. So I never bothered to watch it. I never would watch it. It also deals with figure skating, so by default, I've got zero interest in it.
Yeah.
I don't care about figure skating at all. But I mean, it sucks for those that were fans and that wanted to actually see it. But
Yeah, it sucks.
maybe you'll get something else down the road. It's kind of hard to tell. Usually, when you get those delays, it's usually not a good sign. That something's an issue behind the scenes that's going on that causes issues. But I'm sure we'll never get a full answer on why it got canceled.
That's a long delay too, so.
Yeah, I'm sure by that point they were kind of like, yeah, I'm not surprised. Hadn't heard anything for this long.
I am going to fix this being white as a ghost on the video for some reason. If it's a I can't figure it out. I'm going to, if anything happens to my video, I'm adjusting it, guys. Sorry, audio listeners, but it's driving me insane. But what else have we got? Lamer gamer, so I would like to hear. Can't see. It's cut off. Mr. Coffee, it's all cut off. This exactly mirrors the whole Warhammer you have established lore going back 30 years to adapt for modern times means you have to change it. Okay, so we've also got the Transformers 1 trailer. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
So it looks pretty good. We talked about it last week, but we got the actual trailer. It's a minute long, and the animation style is unique, very unique. It's different. It's definitely different for Transformers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have to check it out.
But I feel like it's gonna be good. I'm watching back now, and it looks
would
good.
Be nice too.
It looks like it's going to be good. So, I never found out the European Delta thing, so I can answer people on that. But yeah, this trailer looks really, really good. So I'm pretty hyped for that. We've also got the Invincible TV show has been renewed for more seasons. Brings back TV's most unique superhero show back for more. There was
it was a decent show. I know I didn't complete it, but it's pretty intensive show.
It's insane. That's absolutely insane. But it looks like it has been renewed for more seasons. Season 2 has been split into 2 parts of 4 episodes each. And now that we've reached March 2024, the second part of the season has begun. So those episodes have dropped. Episode 5. But there were rumors that it got... See, I kind of can't debunk it or confirm, but I saw that it got renewed for 4 or 5 seasons. But then I saw another report that said it wasn't. So I'm not sure on that part. But what else have we got?
Don't know if there's anything else that you had that you wanted to hit up.
Yeah, I guess the new.
I think most of the stuff that I'd pulled up that I wanted to bring up, I think I did. Nothing big on some of the other stuff.
I think the last thing touch on are the game releases for this month. So we've got on the 16th, Grounded dropped on the PS5 and Switch. Final Fantasy 16 Rising Tide DLC dropped yesterday. Yeah, Yuden Chronicles 100 Heroes, which we talked about earlier, drops on the 23rd. Tales of Kenzera Zao drops on the 23rd. Megaton Musashi Wired drops on the 25th. Another Crab's Treasure, 25th. Saga Emerald Beyond, which I think we talked about last week or the week before, also drops on the 25th. There's a lot of good stuff coming out here real soon because another Crab's Treasure Saga I want to play. But then after that, the 26th is Sandland. So definitely grabbing that. But also that day is Stellar Blade. So we also got Top Spin on the 26th and Sea of Thieves for PS5 on the 30th. So
busy weekend next weekend for games coming.
Holy crap.
Me, I'm binging Stellar Blade all weekend next weekend.
Man, that's gonna be a tough one for. Man, this Sandland demo is so good. That's gonna be a rough one because I really want to play Stellar Blade too. So
you have to like pick which one you want to play.
I hate that. I hate when like good games drop on the same day. I hate that so much. All right. Well,
I've been looking at Stellar Blade for so long. I'm like, and I actually already pre-ordered that game, so I'm like, yeah.
Well, I've
spent my whole weekend playing that.
I didn't realize that both of those come out in exactly a week. I just now realizing that, so that would be fun. Figuring out which one to play first, but
unfortunately, it comes out and probably not gonna be able to play it at least before next Friday. So I'll have to wait until the following Friday to talk about it.
Well, unless you're able to get it the night before, the pre-order at GameStop.
I don't know if they's doing the night before, but even then, I'm like, I still have to work next Friday. So
yeah, I know that mine for like the bigger ones will be like, hey, would you be interested in coming to pick it up at 8 or 10 or whatever? Like I'm not sure why, but they'll like call me if I have a pre-order sometimes for certain games.
I might go in Thursday just to ask about it, but there's always the chance I still have to wait till Friday. So like I'll pick it up after work and then just have to wait until either late Friday or just wait till Saturday to play it.
Yeah, I suppose. Well,
I mean, it is what it is.
Do you have any closing thoughts?
I knew that was coming, and I didn't care for it.
Do you ever?
If you haven't got around to check it out, definitely listen to some grunge music and some new metal music. It's pretty good. A random 30 or 40 minute discussion we went down for that.
It was fun. Whatever. All right.
I want to bring it up randomly because I went down that rabbit hole, but I didn't think we were gonna go talking about it for that long.
Hey, it's pop culture. It counts, so whatever. But yeah, we appreciate everybody that's watched live. If you're listening, we also appreciate that. If you want to give us a listen on any of the audio platforms, we're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeartRadio, all the big cats. You can also drop a follow on those. That helps as well. And if you download episodes, that helps us even more. Again, we appreciate it. We've got some new merch in the Teespring on the YouTube channel. You can access there. Or if you go on our link tree, we've got all the merch there as well as, all the social media and everything there. So definitely appreciate everybody's support, and we will be live again next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll catch y'all later.
Peace out.
Peace.